If you're constantly battling low energy, cravings, weight control, watching your health slip away, listen up. There's a simple daily protocol they don't want you to know about that's helping people ditch their meds and reclaim their health. Up to 88% of Americans potentially suffer from some degree of insulin resistance. The Feel Great protocol is a simple two-step daily system designed to help your body work with you, not against you. Step 1. Unimate, a powerful yerba mate extract clinically shown to boost mood, increase mental clarity, and support fat burning. Step 2. A patented fiber matrix called Balance. Taken before meals, it helps regulate blood sugar, curb cravings, and support healthy insulin response. That's it. No crazy diets, no meds, just science-backed support your body actually understands. Feel Great is perfect for you if you have low energy, weight control, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, poor sleep, diabetes, snacking, sugar cravings, gut health, systemic inflammation. This isn't a trend, it's a transformation. Start today to reclaim your health with the Feel Great protocol.
On your screen.
We're finding out some incredibly troubling things, and at some point at the right time, that will be made public, and the American people will see exactly what happened to this administration and President Trump over the past decade.
Well, I mean, the country was ripped apart. We all know that. Half of the country said he colluded with Russia. The other half said, no, it didn't. I mean, it ripped the country apart. But you say when the time is right. When is the time right? When should we expect these charges of conspiracy?
Well, I mean, look, as has been publicly reported, the Southern District of Florida has an open criminal investigation. That involves hundreds of subpoenas. It involves hundreds of witnesses. And so as far as timing and when we can expect it, we are working hard and we are working efficiently, but we are going to do it right. We are not going to rush something that isn't ready. We're not going to reach a conclusion before our investigation is over. But I assure you, and I assure the American people, that we are completely focused on it.
Okay, well, Again, I don't know what is not ready. I mean, we've been watching this play out for a long time, and viewers and people watching are frustrated because it just keeps happening. Weaponization keeps happening because it's not corrected the time before. Now.
Oh, it sure is happening and happening and happening. And how is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? It is indeed Sunday, May 17th, 2026. And I don't even know where to start today. We got the rededication to America. We got Mr. Blanche on the hot seat over here, but he's putting out good stuff. We had a little mixed martial arts yesterday, but I got my brother, Mr. MatrixQdeBreaker, in the house for our usual Sunday show here. Sir, how is it going this morning, my man? Did you catch any women beating each other up yesterday at all?
It's Sunday? It's Sunday? I didn't even know it was Sunday. I forgot we were going live. Oh, wait, I just woke up. That's right. Hey, what's up? It's Anon Day. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, I had a fun morning start to everything. I've been up for, let's see, it is 12:18. I've been up for about 16 minutes right now. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Smack that red pill, smack that thumbs up. I have no clue what's going on. What's up, Space Shot? What's going on today?
Did you like your pleasant wake up call? I gave him, I could have went, wake up, what the hell you doing? I said, oh, Mr. Codebreaker, this is the Marriott front desk. This is your 12 o'clock wake up call.
So yeah, my new iPhone, apparently you can easily hit buttons on it that silence your alarms. Did not know that. And my phone goes off this morning. I think it's my alarm going off. So I just picked my phone up and just hit a button. I'm like, and I realize Space Shot's calling me. I see the time. I go, oh shit. And I literally hear, hey, this is the Marriott calling for your wake up call.
He's like, picks up the phone. He's like, and I'm like, I know the feeling waking up and just being like, what the hell's going on? What the hell? Yeah. So good morning. Welcome in on us. I'll show you a pretty funny one, dude. Actually, and remind me to get back to this one in a second. And actually, you know what? I'll go with this one first, because if you heard what he was saying there too, and I found something that I think is going to be a little, it'll probably be a little off, but I thought it was interesting. So you heard what he said right here, right? But we have to do it right? We're working hard at it. We're working at it efficiently, but we have to do it right. It must be done correctly, right? And so let me see, 1025 timestamp on this one. This is the best I got today, Matrix. So the decodes are in your ballpark here. So. It must be done right. It must be done according to the rule of law. It must carry weight. Now, the timestamp on there was 1025. And if you're noticing, which I know you are noticing, I'm sure, there's the backwards there, the 1052, 1052. And there's actually two of these in a row, 3724 and 3725. I think is a repost of the same thing, but at a different time there. So 1052 and his is 1025, but that's also Eric Dartrey. It's not,
We're finding out some incredibly trouble.
It's not Dan Scavino. It's not, Donald Trump or anybody like that. But that posted it. So who knows? But yeah, there are things that have to be done, and it has to be done right, because we don't want these people, skipping out on any type of technicality or anything like that, right? But he said there are hundreds right there. So to quote him again, that involves the Southern District of Florida has an open criminal investigation. That involves hundreds of subpoenas. It involves hundreds of witnesses. And so, as far as time and when we can expect it, we're working hard and we're working efficiently, but we're going to do it right. So it has to be done right.
Yeah, it has to be done right. And that's the other thing, too, is being done right takes forever, which I know annoys the hell out of people. I'm already seeing people in the chat saying things are taking too long. So, yeah, but how long are we into this thing? We've had Trump in for coming up on 10 years since he walked on the escalator. So it's been 10 years of nonstop attacks on Trump, and here we are in 2026, and we're doing it the right way, which, of course, is what we have to do in order for things to go correctly when all this is said and done, for things to end up, sticking. Because with the law, we know how the other judges work. We see somebody go murder somebody, suddenly they get let out of jail in a few days with no bond. So whatever it is exactly that they're doing, let them do it. Give them the time to do it. It's not going to be on your schedule. I say this almost every day because people in the chats just are hilarious. So, but whatever it is they're doing, let them do it. It'll all work out. I have my popcorn. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, it's yummy. Caramel and cheddar. I get this. I don't forget what the brand is called. It's actually really good. It's like remember you used to get like Cracker Jacks that have like the toffee on it, and then it was all that. But then this popcorn has like half of it's like Smart Food, and the other half's like Cracker Jacks. So I forget what the company is. They make cheese as well, but good stuff.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh dude, but hey, I told you right before we went on. I don't know how lucid you were at the time. You were still getting your faculties together, but I'm officially down now 27 pounds. So it was 23 a couple of weeks ago, and I was doing the move and this, that, and the other, and doing a lot of takeout and whatever. So the 2-week re-weigh in was another 4 pounds rather than being another 6, because usually it's been 3 pounds per week essentially. But dude, 27 pounds, boy, my knees are thanking me, dude. And shirts that were a little tight, around the belly are no longer. So I'm loving that. And we're coming up on, actually we're, pretty damn close to summertime. So it's May here and starting to get warm. We got into the 60s this week a couple times, close to the 80s one day. So dude, yeah, I'm feeling lovely. So I just wanted to give that little update, dude. I thought that was interesting.
That's actually really awesome, for real, no joke. I actually, of all things in the world, today's Sunday. My days are a little messed up. I'm still waking up. So on Friday, I actually had to go to the doctor and get update on my knee. Had an appointment for that. Also had to get my blood work done. So I got blood work done as well recently, and I just got the results back in. So I can say this, all my blood work came back absolutely perfect across the board. And my weight, after losing 40 pounds, I've actually managed to, while being on the Feel Great protocol, I put my weight all back on. I am back over 173 pounds again, which is roughly where I was sitting at before my leg got infected. And I lost 40 pounds and was down, like I was down to about 130 pounds when I was in the hospital.
Dude, and I'm like 6'3", 6'2", 6'3"? How tall are you?
I'm 6'2". I was a stick figure in the hospital.
Damn.
Yes, I lost every bit of weight I had. And with the Feel Great protocol, you're losing this much weight. I'm managing to keep my weight and get it back because guess what? I feel great, baby.
Hell yeah. And dude, but 6'2", so you're at 170? You said you're above 170 or you're right around 170?
I'm at 174 right now.
So even
which is
at
my
174
typical weight.
That's pretty, you're more on the skinnier side than you are definitely on the thicker side.
I have no thickness to me. The only thickness in me is all the muscle I have to put on my body. My entire life I could never gain weight unless I put muscle on my body. It's because my metabolism. I bet my metabolism is probably higher than 95% of the nation. I can literally eat as much food as I want and will never gain weight. I have to work out consistently to keep weight on because my metabolism is so fast. And that's without drugs, everybody. That's just my metabolism. Just my metabolism. That's what's crazy about it. And that's what the doctors, whenever they first met me and had my leg problems, they saw me lose all the weight too. They're like, you're on something. They did my blood work. I was clean as a whistle. Other than what I told them that was going to be my system. I was like, well, my blood type's THC positive, so you can take what you want from that. But
my blood type's THC positive.
Yeah, so
love it.
But other than that, it was great.
Yeah, well, we also got Chris Schaus, who's also been taking that protocol, and she put it in all caps and then 3 exclamation points. The protocol is wonderful, right? I mean, yes. and she's no longer being on pre-diabetes, so that's awesome. But dude, check. So I'm telling folks, I see certain amount of people per week, get on the system, and then I see, so there's roughly around 15 people that are doing it with me on my side of things, right? And I noticed that number floats, a couple people up, couple people down, couple people up, couple people down. But I'm telling you guys, give that stuff a shot and tell me you don't feel wonderful after a little bit. I really. And the other thing, too, is Matrix. I think a lot of people just need to get off your butt, right, and get active, because a lot of people are just kind of used to doing what we're doing here, which we're going to sit on our butts for a couple hours and talk and whatnot. But after that, people need to get out and, basically get out and get mobile again. And that's what a lot of people are not doing. They're just going to work or doing whatever, and then coming home and plopping their ass on the couch and then whatever, and then watching their phone, watching their TV, and not being active. And that's a major thing. People need to get up and move around for sure.
Yeah, I kind of resent that remark because, I'm only awake for about 20 hours a day, and I sit in my chair probably about 19 of those 20 hours a day. But, I get active, when I go play around at disc golf. That's about it.
Well, yeah, you're actually, but yeah, that's a sport, and you're actually doing things. You're actually getting out, and you're being mobile. So yeah, definitely that's a major part of that. Dude, did you see the major coincidence last night? I didn't even get a chance to check this morning to see how many people found the coincidence to be funny or not, or if it took off, or if I got my normal 100 views on a post that I get here. Ready? I'll just let this play. I tailored this for 17 seconds, and I got my Xbox in the clip for a second here, but I copied this off of the show last night, Gina Carano versus Ronda Rousey.
The last first-round armbar win for Ronda Rousey came against Kat Zingano, UFC 184, February 2015, in just 14 seconds. Tonight, he dispatched Carano in 17 seconds. Yeah, just gorgeous.
Come on.
So she beat Gina Carano in 17 seconds, okay? Now, it gets worse, dude. Let's see. How many years ago do you think her last fight was?
Which one, Rousey?
Gina Carano.
Carano, 17. Are you kidding me?
And so I do this very tongue-in-cheek in that, I don't think that's anything other than, to be honest with you, I think I don't know how much money did they make on this, and so I think is how much money did they make on this? Money. Let me see, and I'm typing one-handed here. Hold on. Money did the girls make? And I'm the worst typer, so I'm thinking like this was like kind of like a money grab, and. Put it this way, Gina Carano, her family, they're pretty rich, right? They own casinos and this, that, and the other. And so I'm looking at it like more like a money grab. Oh, wow, that's it? They only got $2 million and Gina Carano got $1 million for that? That's nothing for them.
That is a quick money grab, though. For 17, I'd take $1 million for 17 seconds to let somebody beat the hell out of me. That'd be fine.
Well,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, she didn't really, beat her butt. She really just, she arm barred her. So I have to say that, in a non-New England, in a non-New England accent.
I'm bad.
She got it with the amba. So let's see. But this is her thing. So I guess I'm going to show it here. And if I don't play the sound, I guess maybe I won't get hit. But here's the whole fight. Like literally. The whole fight. She came out, and what she generally tries to do, Ronda, is because she was never a striker. Now, a lot of people didn't know that Gina, she was a Muay Thai kickboxer, and her record may have been 17-1 or something like that. That's another funny thing. I'll have to look up her Muay Thai record. But Gina Carano, she's a striker, so she punches and kicks really good. And Ronda Rousey is a grappler, so she doesn't punch and kick really good. She grabs you and gets you to the ground and then gives you in a move that twists your arm, your elbow, your wrist, your whatever. It makes you tap out. You tap for mercy. But here's the whole fight. Came up to the middle and... It's at 145 pounds! Took her down, and then Gina tried to get her in a guillotine. She got right out of that, and then she says, I'll throw a couple punches. Whoop, arm bar. See you later. Have a nice day. Coming. Tap, tap, tap. And so, she said later, Gina says, I really wish I could have punched her a couple times, this, that, and the other. So I don't know, I'm not saying anything about the 17. I just put that up kind of as a tongue-in-cheek thing, but I did find it interesting that she did have her last fight, 17 years ago, and I would have to ask her her kickboxing record, her Muay Thai. It may have been. Let me see, dude. Let's see, Muay Thai record. But money grab is how I'm looking at that, more than anything. I know it was something in one. She was something in one. If it's 17. I'm going to shut the show down. All right, it was 12-1. Okay. Where she compiled the 7-1 record. That's where I was getting that from.
Oh, 7-1. So backwards 17. Wow.
Yes, sir. So let's see. So I don't know if anybody's found any good, if anybody has any good clips from today, certainly, tag me on X or something like that and I'll play them. But I'm looking to see if there's any, couple good songs or any prayer songs that they played out here today, because I think this was yesterday, but he's talking about today.
Renewal this morning, I'm pleased to announce that on May 17th, 2026, that we're inviting Americans from all across the country to come together on our national mall to pray, to give thanks, and we are going to do something that everyone said, like, that's tough. We're going to rededicate America as one nation under God. A lot of people Yeah, thank you very much. It's good. That's what I mean by the spirit. It's so incredible to see it. I see it so much. I've never seen anything like it in 1 year. I thought it would take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years to be where we are. We've done it in really 10 months. We're at 12, but now it's just getting to a level that we've never reached before as a country. But that includes religion. I mean, and maybe that's part of the reason that we're doing so well. There's such great spirit. It's all spirit, and it includes religion. I've always said, you just can't have a great country if you don't have religion. You have to believe in something. You have to believe that what we're doing, there's a reason for it. There has to be a reason for it. We're all working and we're behaving. I mean, I behave because I'm afraid not to, okay? Because I don't want to get in trouble.
So, dude, it's something we've gone away from for a long time, right? You know, and then they try to fight the right that, you know, that we were a Christian nation at the beginning here, but, you know, really good to rededicate our country to America, rededicate our country to God, because they've been pretty nasty and pretty satanic, dude, or at least they've been showing us some pretty nasty and satanic things for quite a long time, dude. It's been pretty nasty.
Yeah, I would say so, big time. It's nice to hear him say, you know, just being afraid to get in trouble. That's how I grew up. You know, when you have your dad who wasn't a little dude who, you know, with lack of better words, he just threatened you. You do this, you know, I'm going to beat your butt, you know? So it's like I grew up being afraid to do bad things and do wrong things and do stuff like that. So it's like I grew up that way. And of course, with cops and everything else, I've never wanted to do something wrong and get in trouble. So I feel Trump on those words. I've never understood why people are the way they are, whether you want to go with the evil route or just being the way they are. But also remember this: what are the movies, the TV shows, the radio, and every single thing feed us? Being evil and going against the law, and even the mainstream media news teaches you to hate the man who says that he doesn't want to get in trouble. So what does that do? It causes everybody to go out and do the things that we've been seeing, because they've been teaching us to do that kind of stuff. And of course, the weak-minded people go out and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Very sad. Very, very, very sad.
As much as I'm not really a fan of, you know, what do they say? Just, you know, reposting something is not an endorsement or whatever. But the inside of this, dude, I don't know if you saw. Is it this one? Yeah, I don't know if you saw any of this, dude. Jamie Raskin going back and forth with this kid, dude. This was fun for me anyway, and. Mr. Raskin here thinks, you know, he's Mr. Oh, you're going into my territory now. You're talking about the Constitution now. I'm the Mr. You know, constitutional law expert over here. Yeah, really?
Is there anybody on the panel who thinks that we need a special law addressing any particular religious population, whether it's the Muslim, the Christian, the Jewish, the Hindu, the Mormon, or what have you? Or are we just saying that everybody should be held to secular law in America? And I'm happy to open it up to anybody. Mr. Hunter Lopez.
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I think that you keep referring to a secular law. I think it's important to point out, I believe it was 56 of the 57 Declaration of Independence signers were Bible-believing, faith church-attending Christians. I believe it was the first original 13 colonies that required a declaration of faith. So I'm not acknowledging that.
Well, wait a second. Now you're traversing my territory now, Mr. Hunter Lopez. You brought it up. Are you aware that the Constitution of the United States does not establish a religion? It forbids the establishment of religion. Are you aware that it doesn't mention God?
So the Declaration of Independence mentions God 4 times. But what I was going to say...
Is the Declaration of Independence law?
So Declaration of Independence was declaring our independence from the tyranny of England.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to finish is that I'm not, you know, suggesting that we need to go back to taking, you know, tests or saying that you have to acknowledge.
Wait, do you know that Thomas Jefferson was denounced as an infidel who wrote the Declaration of Independence because He didn't believe in the establishment of religion, and he and Madison were emphatic about separating church and state. That's the whole glory of our constitutional design in our history, that they rebelled against centuries of religious warfare between the Catholics and the Protestants and witchcraft trials, Inquisition, holy crusades. America proclaimed the separation of church and state, what Thomas Jefferson described in his famous letter to the Danbury Baptists as a wall of separation.
That was a letter, not a law.
Okay, so your position is that America is a theocracy?
You didn't let me finish my original statement, and I understand you have limited time, but what I was gonna say is I'm not suggesting we need to go back to anything that's in writing, but what I am saying is we need to acknowledge.
Oh, I think we should go back to something in writing. I think we should go back to the First Amendment.
Oh, yes, the Constitution,
yes.
Obviously, but what I'm saying is that, how I said original colonies were requiring declaration of faith to run for office. I'm not saying we have
That's why we have a First Amendment.
What I'm saying is that we do.
That's precisely why Jefferson wrote it.
We do need to acknowledge our Christian heritage in America. That's what I'm trying to.
You can acknowledge whatever heritage you want, but you can't impose an establishment of religion on other people. That's the greatness.
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying we need to acknowledge our heritage. That's what I'm saying.
Well, everybody can acknowledge their own heritage. Do you agree with that?
American heritage, not just any heritage, is what I'm saying.
Oh, you don't think that you're allowed to acknowledge your Christian heritage or your Jewish heritage or your Muslim heritage?
I'm saying you members of Congress need to acknowledge American heritage.
Dude, you members of Congress should be doing American heritage. But dude, he's such a jerk off. Like, and wait, who was he having an affair with? Wasn't it Liz? The former vice president's daughter there, Cheney? Was it Liz Cheney that he was having an affair with?
I don't know. He got it. Oh my Lord. I hate these Congress sessions because every time that dude talked, Raskin had to open his mouth on purpose. All I can say is you're watching a movie. That's all I can say. That's just the most ridiculous thing. It's so cringe to watch that. Jamie Raskin has nothing to say. The dude wasn't allowed to talk. And every time you have a person in that seat, unless it's Kash Patel or Pete Hegseth, they just always take it. And it literally angers me on the inside where I always tell myself, if I was in his seat, I would say this and this and this, and I want to punch him. And so, but yeah, no, this dude's on point 100%. But Raskin, all he did, I saw this on Friday on our show, and all it literally did was light a fire inside of me. Like, I just want to punch this guy so bad. That's literally what it did. I think that's exactly the whole point of it, is literally that. Last point to it. Raskin and him going at it about the religion part is hilarious because last night I did my chapter 5 to my Templar series, and we get into all of that stuff too about religion specifically and our founding fathers and all that. It's weird how I did that last night and then you brought this up. So very interesting how that kind of correlated.
Yeah, dude, did they find any gold or anything of substance yet at Oak Island? I feel like that's the biggest tease show I've ever seen. And we were talking about God, and we're talking about the oh God, what was the guys, the Templars? So yeah, I was just thinking about Oak Island, but they've not found anything. Is the prevailing thought that maybe it's already been taken from there?
Well, I actually now know more of the story. Oak Island only tells you a piece of the story. The Templar series I'm doing actually gives you the entire story. So for those out there that watch Oak Island, you'll know what I'm talking about. The Zena Halpern map that was given to the Laginas in 2015 or so. So about season, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5. That map gave a very special readout of the island. It named certain places on the island, including like, I'm trying to think of it here off the top of my head, like the vault is on there, okay? Well, that map, turns out the Templars have the rest of those maps. It turns out those maps, the map that Zena had given them, actually, that is the exact map you're talking about. That is the one, the Zena Halpern map. That's basically at the top one you've looked at. Yep, that's it. So that map is part of 10 or a 10-part or so map total, or pieces of one. And Oak Island only has one. The people I'm showing on my end actually has every single other piece, and Oak Island only has one. They tried going to Oak Island, asked the Lagina brothers for that paper. They would not do it, and tried to reverse it on them, and tried getting those guys and a guy named Don Rue to come onto their show, bring all of their info, and give them the info for nothing. So, long story short, the thing I've learned is the Templars in 1769 went to Oak Island and retrieved most of their treasure. The reason for it was to fund the Revolutionary War. So the people on Oak Island, the Lagina brothers right now, what they're currently looking for is the leftovers of that treasure. They personally might not know that, but the leftover still has quite a bit of left in it. So for us people, that treasure that they find is going to be worth over $1 billion, what's left of it. But what's left of it is literally 1/10 of their treasure. And that 1/10 of that treasure also is not going to be the entire thing, but it will have quite a bit of gold, silver, diamonds, or whatever may be down there. And the reason I know that is because the water sample testing, because I watch that show avidly every single year, proves there's still a good amount of treasure down there. And the Templar story told of them going into 1769, which matches up exactly with the show, everything aligns perfectly. But because of water samples down below, there is still stuff left there. It's just not the entire treasure. And yes, I still love the show, even knowing that, in case you want to know.
So the water samples, what do they get? Like shedding from gold and silver that puts particles into the water, like over time?
Correct. And here's the thing is where it's at under the island, it's also so deep, there's a water channel that runs underneath, and the water channel is flowing through. And yet there, no matter where they go, there's a central point where there's a bunch of silver and gold particles found in the water. And we're not talking a little bit. The people on the show, the guy that does the testing, said it's not like a small amount that would, it's 230 some odd years ago that was the last time they knew for sure somebody was in there. And here we are this many years later, and the water sample tests still prove there's a dump truck load worth of gold and silver down there.
Wow.
And that's a 1/10 of what they had down there. I now know the real story. They had the arks, not the ark. The arks of the covenant were there on Oak Island. They had 6 of them. There's known for sure to be 10 and possibly 100 of them. The Bible tells you there's only 1. That's a lie. Thank you, religion.
Yeah. Satanic Tide? David Clements. This is interesting, dude. This is new for me. So, and again, dude, do we have any idea how big this is? What they're doing? They're doing today, rededicating our country to America, to God. Right, that's huge. I think in the grand scheme of things, I really do. I think it sets a tone for our country, and I don't know what this is exactly. So I'm watching it live with you guys for the first time here. So this person talks about a satanic tide, but he's talking about a Scott Bessent clip. So let's take a listen.
This is what we are up against. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent recently confirmed that between 5% and 10% of the entire federal budget, up to $600 billion per year, is lost to fraud, waste, and abuse.
That's not my number. That's the General Accounting Office. So it's about 10% of the federal budget, 1 to 2% of GDP.
10% is a tithe, a satanic, inverted tithe, stolen from you. It represents the blood money that has long funded ungodly systems and empowered the very altars we now confront. Every misappropriated resource carries the literal lifeblood of the American taxpayers. The mixture of this blood money is what undoes the work of the church and the kingdom. We, the people, need to stop looking at tainted money as the solution to our problems, mimicking the world's systems, playing the Democrats' games better than they do. Instead, we become currency in God's hand. That's right. Humanity itself, a royal priesthood, is God's true currency, created in His image for dominion. When a nation yields at the altar, cleansing its blood-stained systems, surrendering its economy, and presenting itself as living currency, the veil thins, supernatural wisdom descends, and authority is released from the throne of David. The Rededicate 250 is such a yielding. It is the nation saying, here we are. Spend us.
Spend us, baby. What do you think of that, brother? I mean, also talking about money, right? I like this post here as well. But I'll just pull this up as you talk, sir.
Well, I like that dude a lot. He was on Rambo's show a little while back, and those guys are who introduced me to him. And because of my time I have, I don't get to watch a lot of his stuff, but I fully enjoy all of David Clement's work. And what he said there is kind of interesting because of what we just talked about with the Oak Island. If we go back to my Templar thing, oddly enough, him saying that breaking the money system, the Fed is kind of a part of, of course, where we're going to get a gold-backed money system. That blood money system is exactly the system that not only we are trying to take down, but something that if you guys out there that are watching my Templar series, I'm starting to fully believe, and I think I kind of proved it last night. This is going to sound weird to you, Spaceshot, but I figured out last night through my research, and I did it at the very end of my show. I'm starting to think that Templars themselves are part of the White Hats. Not the Masons, but the Templars, the original Templars, because they are the original money makers. They are the original first corporation, the first bankers. And when they got taken down and taken over, when we had to go underground, that system they built was taken over by the people that run us today. And if you saw my show last night, the last hour of my show, I decided to show everybody for the first time my little dig into my research with the Templars and what I went into the Q drops with, and I hit a home run. I think the Templars are part of the White Hat op. And what you just showed freaked me out because David Clement's calling it blood money and getting back to this and whatnot. That's exactly kind of where I was talking last night and where the Templars are taking us. You just freaked me out by showing that. And only the people that saw my shows, I'm telling you, only the people that saw the show last night, especially at the end, will understand what I'm saying. If you did not see it, I won't make any sense to you. But holy crap with what you just showed me.
Did you want to show it? Would it take too long, or what do you think?
No. Oh, no. We're talking an hour of me going as fast as I could with decodes, and I ran out of time. There's no time for it, but it's a whole thing that I put together, and it's just impossible that it's a coincidence. It's not even close. It's mathematically impossible.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a huge thing too, right? Like, what David Clemens was saying there, and then getting us back to God, back to a place of God. But also, I don't know if that 10% is, I think that 10% is a little light, to be honest with you. I think, that fraud is a lot more than 10%. So when we look around, we're talking a lot. We're talking multiples of that at the very least, I would say. So yeah, there's much more to behold, or to be behold, whatever you want to say. But yeah. All right.
Yeah. Wow. That right there though, that him putting that up, Trump, that $100 bill.
Yeah.
I've seen everybody break it down. I haven't said anything about it yet. God bless Donald Trump. It's not legal tender, and it's Trump 2024. So we know he won in 2024. He went from being 45, 47. All those numbers are on it. It's not legal tender. So federal victory note, it's not legal tender. Is he saying the Federal Reserve is getting taken down by his 2024 victory, making the Federal Reserve note eventually going to be non-legal tender because we're going to go back to the gold standard, which your golden pot is right on the $100 bill. Just want to throw that out there because I haven't said a word about this $100 bill that's been thrown out. I find it very interesting.
Looks like a bell in there too. Looks like a pot with a bell in the middle.
I think it's the Liberty Bell. The cracked Liberty Bell is what's inside of it.
Yeah, and it looks like a honey pot, to be honest.
A honey pot, exactly. It looks like a honey. It's a pot of gold or a honey pot, or you see how the above it there's a feather. It's actually an ink thing for your feather, so you can actually dip your pen in it and write. I think that's what it actually is.
Oh, like an ink blotter. Gotcha. Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
I like this post. I think I read it the other day, but it's interesting too. And for people that don't understand the difference, I think it's worth taking the 30 seconds. There's the pretty big reveal in the Trump's picture in the coming new federal victory note. Don't miss it. Quote, which is on the bill, as Matrix just said, this note is not legal tender for any debts, public or private, which it says this note is for is legal tender for any debts, public or private, is what your bills right now say on that. Do you understand how big a deal that is? There's a huge difference between real honest money and then, quote, legal tender. Honest money is defined as currency with intrinsic value, such as being backed with gold or silver, which maintains purchasing power and is chosen by the free market rather than government decree. Legal tender is any currency, including fiat money like paper bills and coins, that a government declares valid for the payment of debts, forcing creditors to accept it even if they prefer other forms of payment. When the Federal Reserve note was declared by the federal government to be legal tender and the government began accepting it as payment for debt, we saw a reverse Grisham's law effect. The government effectively killed competition with the Federal Reserve note by forcing creditors to take it as payment instead of honest money. Trump is getting ready to reverse all of that, and he's going to do it in a controlled demolition in order to prevent a banking collapse and financial chaos. Trump is going to create the new gold-backed federal victory note and let it compete with Federal Reserve note backed by nothing. Without government's backing and forced acceptance in the financial system, the Federal Reserve note will wither on the vine. People are going to dump them like crazy in exchange for the new federal victory note, which will have much more purchasing power. I think that's why Trump emphasized the new note won't be, quote, legal tender. It won't be government forced. The people will get to decide. We all know that, quote, gold-backed currency is more valuable than, quote, fiat currency. Victory is secured, power back to the people. And Matrix, you know what else that does too is, what about all these folks out there that have, billions of dollars of these old Federal Reserve notes? Not these federal victory notes, but the old Federal Reserve notes. Like you ever see the movie Bad Boy when they had to start putting the money like in these old mansions and stuff, and then they had a rat problem because the rats were eating all the money, and they didn't, their problem was they had so much money that they didn't know what to do with it. But now it's all cash, and a lot of it's hundreds, right? So can these drug dealers with billions of dollars in fraudulent money trade in this money for good money? I don't think that they can. So that could cause a problem as well. So when we go to transfer these bills from, one to one, I don't know how they're going to get around doing that. Some of these people that have, stacked away dollar bills and billions of dollars for years.
Well, my question would go to this then. When they ask for the old money back to give you the new money, where in that transaction do they ask you where you got your money? That's the only way they can go around that, though. Because I don't care if you're a drug dealer or a doctor. Money is money, and if you go in to exchange the money, there shouldn't be a question asked in a way. But at the same time, I guess when you go to exchange your money, they're going to say one thing that I know is going to piss off a whole lot of people that are in our audience. Because I know we have a whole bunch of these people, but they're going to ask you for your ID. Everybody, I know that's going to trigger you. But when they ask for your ID, suddenly they're going to know who you are, and that's probably where the transaction is going to have something with the money. So, in other words, if you're a drug dealer and you're a known drug dealer, and you come in with $1 billion in cash, they're going to know. And I don't know where the transaction is going to go, but there has to be some form of, not necessarily where'd you get your money, but like, who are you type of thing, So somebody from another country can walk up, a Chinese guy that has $1 billion, and say, "Oh, yeah, I need some money," and you just give him the money. No, who are you, bro? So I don't know how it'll work, but yeah, you have to figure out whose money is what, because you can't just give all the bad people because they have cash all the money, because we need to know where it came from in a way. Because at the same time, I know how some people are going to feel is they can't tell me where I got my money from. I feel the same way. But when the new money comes out, we need to make sure it's not bad money. That's the whole point. So I don't know where it'll go, but it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, just like go to the bank, today, and you have some fun. Anybody that's got $10,000 in the bank, go remove $10,000, right? And then go try to put in $10,000 cash somewhere else. But so what I'm getting at is essentially anything over $10,000, they start documenting, right? So you would have to go in, which would be a real pain in the butt for some of these, So if let's just say you stole or you squirreled away $1 billion, right? Or however much it was. But then I need to, transform this money into new money, but then I can't do any transactions over $10,000. So if you got $1 billion, dude, how many transactions are you going to have somebody go into a bank with 9,500 and be like, oh, I need to transfer this out. Oh, I need to transfer this out. Oh, I need to transfer. I mean, it'll be forever. So there could be, dual purposes for this, not only helping, like you were saying, with getting honest money, but also getting rid of some of the fraud, and then all the money that these people have squirreled away due to their illegality and fraud is basically going to be all for naught. Or I would think a majority of it will be all for naught anyway. That would be my guess.
That's a good point too. Yeah, putting a cap on how much you do at a time and all that too, that would really put a damper on. But then again, you have people that are legit, that are, let's just call them millionaires, that keep $1 million in cash at their house, right? So what happens to those people that are 100% legit? It is legitimate, their money and whatnot. Are they going to have that same problem for that $10,000 max thing? That's where the line kind of gets drawn. Is I don't know what'll happen or how it'll work, but like there's going to be legit people with cash and not legit people with cash. So how do you separate the two? I don't know.
Right. Going to be very interesting. I'm trying to think, where was this story? Did I put it in here? Let's see. I might have put it in this one. Might have been in their cool stuff.
Oh, that's a good point. How do you say that? Chi in charge, I think. They said maybe they'll have like a deadline of 120 days to exchange the old bills for the new bills. Blockchains will be used to trace. That's true. But again, the bad people to the good people, even if you have those many days, how do you know who they are, where they got the money type stuff? Again, why ask questions? Well, I don't know. I don't have those answers, but that's a good point too. Give them a certain amount of time to do it. But if you only have 120 days and you're only able to do 10,000, let's say a day, that only gives you so much money in those 120 days. Plus banks are closed on the weekends and all that stuff. If you start going to a whole circle of why it will and won't work. So anyway, good point though. Chi in charge.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. Let's see. 30 times, let's just say 99.99, right? You could only do $299,000, 970, 299,970 if you were depositing $9,999 every day for 30 days. You can only get
minus
out
the weekend.
300 grand. Oh yeah,
minus the weekend though. That's the whole thing. 5 days a week. Say let's just call it 25, 30. Well, there's 28 days in a month. Typically, we have 25. There's 20 something days in a month you're able to go to the bank, let's just call it. So so take away 7 or so days from what you just said. Boom. There's a whole nother 4 days for what? 1, 2. There's 5 weekends. Yeah, there you go. 23. Yeah, just give a number. Yeah. So 23 days in a month.
229 grand.
Yeah, that's it. That makes no sense because again, I know there's not a ton of people out there like that, but there's a bunch of people out there that have legitimate cash, and then there's probably even more with non-legitimate cash. How do you separate that in this situation?
Yeah. Plus, we got to wait for him to actually, make the actual money, not just put a post out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What do you think about it, though? All the years we've been hearing about this, I know I heard and not physically, but visually saw a bunch of things, a whole bunch of things about the new money, what it was probably going to look like and whatnot. That was 6 years ago.
Really?
6 years ago, I heard about all this because back 6 years ago, I was putting out on my Pilled page back then, of course, was let's see, I'm trying to remember exactly how this works. March 31st, there was a deadline for the banks to be able to prove that they could back what they said they had in assets. That date came and went back in 2020, I believe. So every single year on March 31st, I've been sitting on this thing because, of course, April 1st is the real first of the year, not January 1st. that specific date was always in my head because of the bank situation back in 2020. And here we are all these years later, and we're still sitting here, and I'm still waiting on that situation I heard about 6 freaking years ago. And the date of it again is really weird because March 31st is not just the end of the year, quote unquote. It also happens to be the delta for when the movie The Matrix came out, which I find interesting as all shit. So just saying.
Heck yeah. And I popped this up on accident. I pinned it like 3 times, but I wanted to show you this because I thought it was pretty interesting that G Fonts had mentioned this the other day, and I think this is. Let me see. I'll put this up. Did you hear about the 17 gravestones in Palmetto, Florida, that were basically damaged? They had ties to the black community. So, dude, like, I look at this as like, clearly none of us would ever do this, right? Like 17 gravestones were vandalized at Palmetto Cemetery, known for ties to the black community. So it happens to be 17 of them, right? On 25th Street. But guess what they wrote all over the things? They wrote like DeSantis, and they wrote Trump on them. And see right here, Trump. Other ones they wrote DeSantis. And it's like, wait, you're not going to do that. And like, if we're out there trying to put out like a pro-Trump or pro-DeSantis message, this is the last thing that we're going to do, right? We don't do stuff like this.
No, this is literally sounds like something almost a kid or a demented leftist would do, literally.
Yep.
Like, who goes to a graveyard, knocks over old people, 17 graves, and you're writing political names on what looks like an 1800s graveyard?
Yeah, it is. It's
those are old. Yeah, that makes no sense. This sounds. Now I can't sit there and go, "Oh, it's all fake. It's an op." It is funny. It's only 17. Now, okay, never mind. Hang on. What if you have kids that are going around doing stuff? And again, I'm just going to play the devil's advocate. What if this is 100% real? You have kids going around. They keep hearing, I don't know, they watch somebody's show named, Dave Newstreeson or Rambo, and they keep hearing this number 17 going around. So they decide they want to go out and do something fun. They go screw up a cemetery, write Trump's name all over it, and do it on exactly 17 tombstones. Why? Because it's going to be on the news, and we're going to catch it and talk about it. Or it's all set up 100% because what the frick are the odds? It's 17 tombstones. And they're writing Trump DeSantis on them. Are you shitting me? That's weird. Coincidental. I don't know.
I would go. I would go with that.
I see anonymous. I see anonymous tips can be eligible. It just caught my eye.
Anonymous tips can be interesting. So, dude, talking about sticking with the economy a little bit. I know we kind of moved off that with the gravestones here, but I thought this was funny, dude. And I see some folks out there that are posting this out. All right, wait, I'm back at yesterday. I'm back at last week's news here. Not last show's news. Here we go. So we had, was it this one? Yeah, so I'm going to pop this one up. So this was the thing where they gave away all the gifts, right, on the way back from China. I'm not really going back into that one again, but they got rid of all of the gifts that the Chinese gave them in the hopes that we keep any hacking stuff away, right? And then remember, President Trump brought all these high roller business guys with them, right? Elon Musk, the guy from NVIDIA, and then they made a deal with NVIDIA that they would allow some Chinese companies to buy some of these NVIDIA AI chips, right? And then the next day, we find out that China says, no, you know what? We don't want them. We don't need them. So check this out. I thought this post for me is laughable. Breaking: China officially rejects NVIDIA chips. U.S. approved the sale. Beijing said no thanks. They're going all in on domestic semis. NVIDIA's bleeding, Matrix.
Oh, my Lord.
It's bleeding. So, admittedly, I'm not the biggest business mind in the world, and I'm not the biggest crypto guy in the world, and I'm not the biggest, technology guy in the world. But here's my interaction with ChatGPT last night, okay? Or yesterday. Shortest answer. What kind of chips made by NVIDIA were offered to China and agreed to by the USA, but ultimately rejected by China? The main chip was the NVIDIA H200 AI chip. The U.S. approved limited sales to China, but China reportedly discouraged or blocked companies from buying them in favor of domestic chips. Okay, so then I wrote, so the USA only agreed to sell limited amounts. Are these chips hard to come by, or is the stock limited? Yes, both politically limited and supply limited. The U.S. only approved H200 sales to certain Chinese companies, capped volumes, and required enough stock to remain for U.S. buyers first. And globally, NVIDIA AI chips are extremely hard to get because demand from AI companies and governments is massive. NVIDIA was prioritizing newer Blackwell chips and U.S. allied customers over China's orders. So then I wrote and referenced this post. So a post on X said, because China rejected these chips, therefore NVIDIA is bleeding. I said, admittedly, I don't know much about stock prices and business in general, but a demand for a product is massive, as you stated, and supply is limited. To me, the idea that would harm NVIDIA seems laughable to even me. Am I correct? Yes, broadly, you're thinking about it correctly. China rejecting some H200 purchases is not the same thing as NVIDIA bleeding. NVIDIA's big issue would only be if global demand weakened, and right now, demand for high-end AI chips is still enormous from U.S. tech companies, cloud providers, governments, and AI startups. So the crypto guy, they know what they're talking about. They got crypto in their name, and they got 1.5 million followers, so they know what they're talking about. Better than the average person, guys. Wink, wink. So I don't know what to tell you there, Matrix, but Nvidia's bleeding. They're hurting. They're crushing, and obviously we know the stock just went through the roof recently. May have took a hit a little bit due to this, but they are absolutely crushing it in the last many months, especially after Trump was basically saying certain things that they were going to do months back. But what do you think of this whole thing, dude, with G? And I'll also remind folks, I've played it many times. We have. Are they outwardly fighting? Are they fake fighting? Like, how do you read all this stuff, dude? Because, we saw certain posts out there where people were like, oh, look, Trump's trying to look Xi in the eyes and he won't even look him in the eyes. And some people were looking at that as like a weakness for Xi, but other people were looking at that as like weakness towards Trump because he wouldn't even look him in the eyes. So you could take it from each perspective as you would, but what's yours?
Kind of simple. Drop number 140, November 11, 2017 says, what if China, Russia, and others are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the New World Order? They've been friends for 14 years or 12 years, whatever the years he said it was. He's been 10, 11, it was 12 years. So that's 2014, means he was friends with Xi before he was ever president. That alone sticks out to me. The fact that he doesn't look him right in the eye might be because Trump's a little taller and Xi decided to put 8 inches of his chair below his butt, so he was sitting higher than Trump whilst Trump was sinking into his chair. And the fact is that China, they were in China. China will not let their people see Xi look weak in front of Trump. So what do? They propped up his seat to make him look taller. And they can say whatever they want about looking each other in the eye. I don't care. I think they're buddies. They're working together. Everything we saw was part of the movie and op, and most of the things we are hearing about were done years ago, in my opinion. So I think we're just seeing Drop 140 play itself out, that they're working together and that the media is going to put a spin on it to make people go, oh no, but we're Q people. We understand. We get it. I'm okay.
Like you were saying here.
Yep, there it is.
I mean, you can
they
see
gave Trump they gave Trump the droopy chair, and they gave him a giant one. Like, he looks like he is 7 foot tall compared to Trump.
And well, people would say like, well, it looks like the same chair. All right, but I would mention, look at Xi's right there, because you can see the corner here. I'll just freeze it here so we have it. Essentially, this bottom rung of this wood or whatever it is, you're talking, what, a couple inches, 2 or 3 inches from the top of that pad right there. Whereas you got this thing here, the top of the pad is like here on this one. So you're talking from like here to here. Mm-hmm. And then on this one, you're talking from like here to like here, because that's where the thing is. So it definitely squishes in more, and this one looks like it's more firm. I don't know if they see them both sitting down or not.
When you were younger and you go to your buddy's house and they had a 3-seat chair, but one of them was messed up and you sink into the chair, they gave Trump that seat.
Yeah, I mean, you can clearly see that, he's much more propped up and firm, and this is more saggy. And his leg, it's more of a 90-degree angle, whereas he is going downward because it's, like you said, he's squishing into the seat. And
right there, You see what Trump just did? He's even lifting himself up. He just did it. He just sat there and like lifted himself up for a second. He knows what's going on. You see how he looks over at him?
Oh yeah.
Now watch Trump's. Why right here? Look, Trump goes, "What the hell?" And he's like, "Ugh." He lifts himself up even. Trump knows what's going on 100% right here. That's what the best part to me was. Is like I see Trump knowing what's going on, even though I still think it's all set up beforehand anyway. But let's say it's not. So on Xi's side, I hate saying she. I like saying Xi. Xi's side, again, they're going to want to make sure Xi looks the best for their country. He's going to punk Trump, right? Well, what's the first thing you're going to do to make him do that? Well, the short Chinese guy's going to get a chair with a 10-inch lift kit on it. That's what's going to happen. So it's freaking hilarious. He's got his Trump's in a lowrider, and you got Xi over here in an F-350 with lift kit on it over here. He can't even get out the damn truck because his feet don't touch the fucking ground.
That's hilarious. I'm trying to make a line right here. So, all right, let's just say, for example, if Trump was 6'3", without looking it up, how tall? All right, let's just say all things are accurate. We'll say Trump is 6'3". Without looking it up, how tall would you say this gentleman is next to him?
I would say I'm 6'2", and when people are that, I would say right at 6 foot.
All right, so they, AI is telling
that's max 3 inches, max 3.
Yeah, it's saying it's telling me Xi Jinping is widely reported to be about 5'11", and if Trump's 6'3", I don't know, man.
No. Here's the thing: is I'm 6'2". My dad was 5'11". I was taller than what we're looking at right there.
Yeah.
I was taller than my dad with that. So right there, what I'm seeing based on what you just said, Trump is more like 6'1", and Xi is 5'11". Trump lost 2 inches, or Xi gained 2 inches right here.
Yeah, or something weird's going on there.
It's not Trump. It's not Xi. It's 2.0. We know.
Did you see this, dude? The notebook. It's so funny.
This video of President Trump has gone viral, with some social media users convinced he was trying to sneak a look inside Chinese President Xi Jinping's notebook after he got up. Now, this clip has got millions of views online, but if you look closely, you might spot this. That appears to be the presidential seal, which suggests Trump wasn't peeking at Xi's personal notes at all. He was likely looking at his own speech binder or a translated version of his remarks. Moments later, Trump can be seen walking up to the podium holding what appears to be the same notebook, which he then opens to read from during his speech.
Well, thank you very much.
Gotta love TikTok CNN, dude, huh?
Oh my God. I was going to say, what?
Isn't that crazy?
And that's the exact kind of little videos that causes people that we call, crazy now to start thinking certain ways, because they see a video like that and then they don't even watch it to the end and don't put together, oh, that was his notebook. And then they run out and go, oh my God, did you see Trump was looking at Xi's notebook over here? And they freak out like that. I hate that stuff so bad. People are so retarded.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. Did you hear about the fire in Japan, dude? A big national treasure artwork completely destroyed.
No. What?
So I think, and I don't want to put it on here, but I'll just make sure. Essentially, 573-year-old temple in Japan, national treasure with priceless artworks, got completely destroyed in a massive fire. Centuries of culture vanishing overnight. And some people were saying, likelihood of this being a religiously motivated terror attack may be low, but if it were, then it would be just like any to be a Christian terror attack as it would to be a Muslim terror attack.
Wow, that means that building was built in 1453. That's a long time ago.
Isn't that crazy? But again,
and you know what that means? It was probably built with stones too. It means the fire was done on purpose, and so we have an old world building that's going to be on fire. Everybody, I wonder what that means.
Well, you could probably watch it on my lunch break in the next couple of months.
No, what's today? Sunday. So next Saturday is his new episode. I guarantee you, on Saturday's episode, he's going to bring this up. How much you want to bet? He's probably already posting about it on X right now. I love that guy, by the way. Shout out my lunch break.
Yeah, dude. What we're saying here, in case anybody's not familiar with it, is literally every single building, castle, historical building, whatever you want to say, that has any sort of question to it, they all burn down. And it's like, dude, how many of these buildings can burn down when they're made of stone? It's like, oh, this castle was destroyed by fire in 1480, and I'm like, really, a castle destroyed by fire? Like, aren't castles made of like stone and you know what I mean, bricks and stuff like that? I mean, I'm no builder, but
yeah, no, and I'm a heavy duty. I love digging into old world. I don't like calling it old world exploration because there's actually a channel named that. But doing the old world exploration is one of my favorite things in the world to do. And all the old fires and all that stuff. All those old buildings, 90% of the buildings that burn down, like you just said, are stone built. Yet for some reason, a whole city of stone buildings burn to the ground to ashes and leave nothing but teeny tiny pieces of the stone. None of it makes sense. It's almost as though they had dew or directed energy weapons way back then, which I do truly believe they did, or somebody did, and they might have been doing it from their balloons they used to fly around it. I'm not sure. It's almost, what do they call that? The St. Elmo's fire? Maybe that was a directed energy weapon back then, because I don't know what the hell kind of fire takes out stone the way we've seen it over the years. So now, of course, what we're seeing on our screen is just a normal fire, but we're talking back in the day. How the hell did a whole city where the stone buildings burn down and there's nothing left? That makes no sense at all. So,
wow. Dude, yeah, Ilhan Omar is going to be going down, dude, too. Like, I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it. I know that's a quick switch over. And dude, did you happen to notice? And I'm very happy about this. I can't seem to see it on the mobile, or excuse me, the web version. Maybe it's under one of the settings or the 3 dots or something like that. But if you go on your X app, it actually now has a history button on there. So anything that I may have lost before for stories that I saw that I'm like, oh crap, I remember I was looking that up earlier, but I forgot to grab the link. Now I can actually go into the history in X and actually look up things. So definitely much better. But then I also noted that at the same time, YouTube took their history away from their app. So I'm like, what the hell?
Question: Where do you see the history at? Let me see. I'm on my phone right this way.
Under your profile. So hit your profile and then under the settings. I'm gonna drop it in the chat so the folks can see it as well here. But yeah, I don't see it on the web version. But for me, this is going to be majorly helpful. Here we go. Ding. So this is on the mobile app, and then once you look up here, it's actually right there. Ding, ding, right under Profile, Premium, and History. So that's always fun. And I said I would do this every couple of days, dude, because I was back at 40K. And look, today I'm up at 40.1, 40.107 as it happens. And watch, tomorrow, for Hold the Line, tomorrow evening, I'll show this again. I bet I'm back at 40.0 again, and it's going to be like 40,093 or something. Back and forth all day. That's all they do with me, dude.
Now, do me a favor, leave your page right there where it is. It's funny that you had to do that, dude. I don't know what the odds are. Okay, last night I took a screenshot of your page because when I went over to your page real quick right before I went to sleep, I have the screenshot literally to prove what I'm saying. Look at your amount of posts right now. 119.
Okay, yeah.
111.9. So I'm seeing that. I'm like, okay. And I go down and I see your following is 1811 and your followers are 40.1. Now, I weirded myself out last night. I'm like, what the hell are the odds that your following right now is at 1811? And the reason why is, and the numbers came together last night a little better than what I'm about to say, but I'll just say this. Last night, again, I was doing my Templar series. At the end of my show, part of my decode, at the very end of the night, I was using Trump's Buying of Truth Social date as one of my things, and the date is 11/18/11. I finish my show, I come over, I see your numbers, I go, no. And then you bring it up and you go over there. You just reminded me. I totally forgot about that. But your own page lined up with my stuff last night, and then you had to show that. So
wild coincidences.
Yeah, you call it that. You can call it that.
Yeah.
I don't believe in coincidences anymore.
Yeah, it's too coincidental for my taste. Did you happen to see we're even getting some of the lefties out there, and maybe he's I don't know how much more lefty or righty he is right now, but we know his ex show host, I guess, co-host, is very, very liberal right now because that would be Jimmy Kimmel. Thought this was interesting, dude. Adam Carolla, 1 million followers posting out there. What wasn't a lie about January 6th? Isn't that crazy? Because they dropped out Fanone's full body cam video. Do you know he was knocked out cold for 4 minutes? Didn't know where he was. It was like 1.5 minutes maybe. But he absolutely was a bullshit artist and a scumbag, for one. And remember, they had him in Congress when he was testifying, sitting behind somebody, and he was flipping off one of the congressmen or senators. I don't know if you remember that one. Literally sitting there with his middle finger to his forehead, essentially sitting there. Oh, look, there's his shtick right there. But he was doing this in Congress behind, who the hell was testifying? One of the people was testifying. But, dude, this is what was he? Capitol Police, right? He was D.C. Capitol Police, dude. I mean, look at this guy. What does it say? I'll take the money. Dude's got tattoos all over his neck, all over his body, everywhere. This dude looks more like a thug than a police officer. I'm sorry, but
did somebody say central casting? Central casting at everybody. He's also the same guy that goes around with what's his name too? Is it Robert De Niro? He walks around with. Yeah. When Robert De Niro does his weird press conferences and with all the people around honking their horns and yelling at him, this guy's there with him too all the time. It's central casting 100%. That's how I feel about him. I don't know what his role is exactly, but I would. Ivan Raiklin. He's the one that goes at him.
Yeah.
I know Ivan Raiklin's as small as my little sister, but I wish Ivan Raiklin would just pop his ass one day just for fun.
Right. Oh God, this is so funny. What insurrection? Oh, it's so crazy. But yeah, let's listen to a couple seconds of his ridiculousness.
I heard chanting from some in the crowd, "Get his gun and kill him with his own gun."
Go hurt him! Go hurt him! Go hurt him! Oh, we're better than this!
Just to reiterate, anybody who couldn't hear that, they were saying, "Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him! We're better than that."
Hold him! Hold him! I got you, man. I got you.
I was aware enough to recognize I was at risk of being stripped of and killed with my own firearm. I was electrocuted again and again and again.
Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him! You're safe. Don't hurt him! You're safe.
Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. You're safe.
I got you, man. All right? I got you, man.
Those few individuals protected me from a crowd and inched me toward the Capitol until my fellow officers could rescue me. I was carried back inside. What happened afterwards is much less vivid. I had been beaten unconscious and remained so for more than 4 minutes.
Mike, it's Jimmy. I'm here. Mike.
4 minutes he's out cold, huh? That was 1.5 minutes he's talking.
Come on, buddy. We're going duck hunting soon. For now. You all right, brother?
Can you take that door back?
Nope. Yeah, we did. Yes, we did. We took the fucking door back. They're all outside.
I know that Jimmy helped to evacuate me from the building and drove me to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, despite suffering significant injuries himself.
He was significantly injured. His partner here, the one that's going to say, "Hey, I'm going to go back and get your helmet, buddy."
Let me go find your helmet. All right. I'll meet you right back.
Didn't seem like he was heavily injured, because this is the guy in the front here that's walking in front of them. Do you look like he's severely injured to you, brother?
No, I don't know.
It's just bullshit.
Of course, not only that, when he's reading what happened, he of course is reading his script 100%, literally reading his script, because he has to, because the video on the right is the acting, and the video on the left is him explaining his acting. It wasn't a real situation, so he has to read that script to tell you exactly what happened. He doesn't know how many minutes he was down because he wasn't actually down. Whatever this claim was, 100% false, which is why he has to read the script. A real situation, he could look you right in the eye and tell you what happened. Oh, and by the way, I was down for 4 minutes. And he throws that in there too with the little, come on, man. This whole thing's fake. I'm over here rolling my eyes the whole time I'm watching this is basically where I'm at. So I hate this dude. I can't stand him. So yeah, that's exactly what I see. I'm just speaking the truth. I don't like this dude at all.
He's a piece of crap for sure. Piece of crap. And again, these are supposed to be the officers that were protecting us, you know. And again, he's just a straight up thug, essentially. Just a straight up thug. What was I thinking of too? I was thinking of he was oh god, there was one part in particular. Where was Roseanne Boylan and these other people that were actually killed on that day? You know what I mean? And remember, none of the pushing and shoving started until what? Until they decided they wanted to start throwing concussion grenades into the crowd. That was them. And apparently we're supposed to be getting some information this week. I think they said this week J6 info coming as well, if I'm not mistaken. There's something big coming this week.
Yeah, something big is coming for sure. Don't know what, but I've been waiting on it. Something big.
I'm trying to find. Let me see here.
Real quick too, so I don't lose it here. I know we know how to keep it now, but Conspiracy Therapist 17, welcome and good to see you, brother. Thank you for gifting out 5 subscriptions over there on the Rumble side. And welcome to everybody out there. Smack that red pill, smack that thumbs up, depending on which side you guys are on. Get us back on that leaderboard, as you guys typically always do. Share us on out. Help that algorithm out. I think I'm finally awake now. I could say all that.
You have your yerba mate this morning?
Actually, I took my fuel, which is the una mate and a half a balance combined. I bashed that while we were sitting here talking, and I have my una mate and a Signal sitting next to me. I'm bashing all of them at once.
Oh, damn, bro.
I do the Unicity company. I'm buying. I'm on like 6 of their products right now. I'm trying out all the different things and testing them all, and they're so far all incredible. So,
heck yeah. Well, Hulkinator dropped this one yesterday. We actually, so I appreciate the folks in the chat who made this happen. It's due to you guys giving us almost 600 thumbs up and only 4 thumbs down yesterday. Got us to number 6 on the leaderboard. And then I think I had another one on 23 or something like that with Juan from the day before. But yeah, hopefully we can stay on both.
I caught you at 11, and I was at 13, while Rambo and Dave were at 2 and 3 yesterday. So not too bad. We had 2, 3, 11, and 13.
We run it, and that's it. You know, help us get on the leaderboard. Gives us more folks to chat with in the chat, and more like-minded folks to hang out with. So definitely loving that for sure. Let's see. I'm hearing. Oh wait, you know what? I'm gonna do some woo-woo stuff here for a second because I like the woo-woo stuff. But is this woo-woo? And who dropped this one? Was this? I want to give credit for this one. I want to see. Hold on one second. This was RDoc actually dropped this one. Is this the same one? I want to make sure. MWH. No, this is a different one. Okay, this is. I'll play that one in a little bit, but this one is interesting here. What's the most? What's the most dangerous religion? Dangerous job in politics? Matrix.
You're asking me?
Yeah. What's the most dangerous job in politics?
I mean, my guess would be president, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that's my typical answer would be, because I wouldn't want to be in that position. That's dangerous.
Alrighty, I'll let you re-answer that one. Take a look at the screen in 3, 2, 1. All right, I'll play the sound. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Ding. Says, I'm sure if the presidents were eating humans, they would have to be somebody who knew about it. I hate when they put this stupid music into it.
Have to
to the president's right?
There we go. 11 years, 94 to 05, and that's 7 years of Bill Clinton.
11 years, 94 to 05, and that's 7 years of Bill Clinton.
4 years of W. Bush. Yeah.
4 years of W. Bush.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
Former White House chef Walter Scheib was found dead.
Let's go back. Can we go back? No. Hey, look at it's Yerba Canyon, dude. Yerba Mate.
Yerba Mate, baby.
Yerba Mate Canyon. I wish I knew how to go back on here, but I don't. Okay.
Mexico State Police say after an autopsy, the medical investigator reports Scheib drowned, and his death is officially an accident.
Former White House chef Walter Scheib drowned in accidental death. And this isn't it interesting that all these chefs, when they pass away, they drowned, it seems? Pretty weird. Let's continue on. Impossible to determine when exactly he had died because of the cold water preserved his body, da-da-da-da-da.
Police found 45-year-old Tafari Campbell dead in a pond at Martha's Vineyard in
Oh wait, Tafari Campbell dead in a pond in Martha's Vineyard. Boy, who would be the customers that he was chefing for? I do wonder.
Massachusetts this morning.
Anybody remembers when they asked the Obamas, "Were you there?" And they were like, "No, we weren't at the house." Well, you were at the island, right? You were on your island? Well, we were there somewhere, but we weren't at the house. So clearly we know about, I don't know, what the reason might be that Scheib would have, been taken out by Hillary or any of those. Maybe it could be what they were cooking them. It also could be secrets that they known. I'm guessing, and I could be wrong, Matrix, I don't know, but my guess is I would lean towards this dude probably having an affair with Barry. That would be my guess. But again, it could be stuff that he's cooking that they didn't want to get out as well. What are you leaning towards on the Clinton Scheib and then the Campbell death for the Obamas?
Exactly a combo of what you said. What's being put in the food would be guess number one, and guess number two, of course, what else do they know secret-wise, not just what's in the food. And this one here with Tafari Campbell, he was also, I almost said professional swimmer, but he was a really, really good swimmer. So him suddenly dying in a pond that was, what 3 feet deep or 5 feet deep? Yeah. I mean, that makes no sense in any way, shape, or form. And what are the odds that chefs keep on dying that were involved with people that used to, eat children? I mean, that's kind of interesting if you ask me. And they both drowned. I mean, there's no coincidences.
Must be
all I can say on that one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning towards, I don't know. I'm just leaning towards the the gayer side of things, perhaps. And thank you for the raid there, Tron. If you happen to be in the chat after raiding, I know I definitely jump in and join the shows that I raid for at least a couple minutes afterwards to say what's up and whatnot. But thank you, Tron and Tron Tribe, for raiding into us. And we're just going over some coincidental deaths here of a couple of different chefs. As we saw here, Tafari Campbell, and then I will mute this one so we don't have to listen to it again. And then, of course, in the very beginning, we had, for anybody that's coming in new, we had Scheib, who was a Bill Clinton and then Bush chef, who also went missing in some canyon in cold water that preserved his body, and so they couldn't really even tell how long he'd even been dead. And then they fast-forwarded to Tafari Campbell as well. Matrix, I love this kind of woo-woo stuff, and I was thinking, I have this file or this series of files in my notes that maybe I could touch on some of them today, and maybe next week, maybe even make a whole show out of. But throughout my years of doing these shows, from time to time, I will put I'll put a link here and there inside of a file that I call best material. And let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I don't even know, dude. I probably got 60, 70, 80 links in here or something like that. But it's all stuff that throughout the years I put to the side because I thought was super great, crazy, or whatever. But it's all sorts of like really good stuff over the years, right? So maybe sometime we'll go through some of those things. Maybe later on we'll hit some of them as well. Like I got executive orders in there from 13919, 13912, 50 USCs, F Joe Biden football games, all sorts of weird stuff, dude.
That was a good idea. I wish I'd have done that a long time ago. Oh man. I didn't start doing saving certain things like that till the last few years, basically, when I started realizing I need to start saving some of the stuff or I'm going to start losing everything. Well, I now have like 3 years worth of tabs saved up to where when I need a tab that's recent, it takes about 10 minutes to scroll it, but I mean, it'll work. I wish I'd have done what you did, though. I've had so many in there.
Yes, sir. Congress gives, and this is just one of them. Congress gives 29 standing ovations for a president of a foreign nation that harms the U.S.
Oh my God!
Right.
So the standing ovations that Trump was doing with the little, I can't remember his name, DJ or whatever kid, and then they didn't stand for the hockey team. Now you bring this up, that's hilarious because now you got them in the reverse order doing standing ovations for stupid stuff.
Ain't it funny? And I'm trying to find. I want to find one particular story in here that I thought was just absolutely bananas. It's from Germany. Yep, Germany, right here under best file, Trier, Germany, liquefaction. Joe doesn't know he's alive. It's not Biden. Let's see. I mean, these are things that, and I'm not the best at labeling a lot of these things, so I'll just put in some sort of, I just put, Biden doesn't know he's alive. That's what I labeled this one. What do we got? Oh, 39 seconds. And again, has POTUS ever said anything that hasn't, come to fruition? And I think he was giving us indications. And then later on, remember, after this, he reposted the post that said there was no Joe Biden. He doesn't exist. You're seeing clones and body doubles, right? Let's take a listen. 39 seconds.
Look, you know it, and I know it. Joe doesn't know he's alive. Because Biden doesn't know he's alive. Biden doesn't know, he doesn't know he's alive. Joe doesn't know he's alive, okay? He doesn't know he's alive. Now, I have to tell you, he's a different guy. He looks different than he used to. He acts different than he used to. He's even slower than he used to be. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president, Mr. President, that doesn't know he's alive.
And by the way, it's not Biden. It's not Biden.
Look,
what do you think, dude? Dude, how about that last one at the end? Wait, Matrix, what did he mean right here? He said it's not Biden. It's not Biden. Wait, what does that mean?
He's shot.
He's shot. Wait, what does that mean? Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. And dude, do you remember? I don't even know if I have it. Let me see if I can pull this one up. I love some of these trips down memory lane here. I wonder if I do have it. Remember when Biden was doing a speech or whatever was going on there, and then he went over and he was talking to the press people, and he literally put his hand through the microphone boom.
Yep. Sure
Biden microphone boom, I guess you could call it, maybe. I don't know. Microphone.
It might be the boom microphone. Yep. Actually, shout out Max Force, who's in my chat right now too. He loves going over that video over and over. He loves that thing.
Which one?
I remember when the mic, the hand through the boom or whatever. I remember when he was showing that, going crazy. So shout out Max Force. I see him out there. Yep, that's it.
I think this is it. Let me see here.
Does this video of Joe Biden from March 16th, 2021 show evidence of being composited with green screen or similar?
Wait, where did it just go? Oh, you know what? I had it, and I thought it was like a YouTube thing. Here we go. Hold on, I got it. Microphone boom. Microphone boom, boom, boom. Where is it? It is right. Hot mic moment at State of the Union. Reminder there are boom microphones. Nope, that wasn't it. Biden's hand slides through microphone. User clip, C-SPAN. Let's see.
Pennsylvania today, before this from reporter.
Yes.
I'm gonna record this right now too.
Travel to the southern border, sir? Not at the moment. Have you decided when you're able to share thoughts with others?
Oh, one more time, Joe.
Biden traveled to Chester, Pennsylvania.
Come on, get off the screen.
Travel to the southern border, sir? Not at the moment. Have you decided when you're able to share thoughts with others?
Dude, they blocked that one pretty bad on that one. That's the probably worst version you can get of that. Let me see. Go back. Where was I here? But dude, that one for me, I was just like, wait, what the hell was that, dude? That was just crazy. And then let me see. I'm just trying to find a better copy. I know I had a really. Here we go. All right, now this pops.
Does this video?
Here we go. All right, this is the mistake I won't make again here because I actually got it. Started playing it on YouTube here.
Does this video of Joe Biden from March 16th, 20...
Dude, hello. Let's see, are we still playing? Okay, let's do it one more time here. I want to record this again. Like it even looks so fake. You know what I mean? Like it's very fuzzy. And you know, you don't put your hand through one of these things, dude. That was behind it. Look how big it is right there at the bottom. And maybe I should get rid of this. Major issues. But dude, again, none of the things that we were seeing were normal whatsoever. So this guy's obviously making a parody of it, but dude, we saw, and again, I don't know if we're ever going to get full answers for what we witnessed during those times, dude, but there was just some wild times, bro.
We're watching a movie. I said it before. I'm going to say it again and over and over and over and over watching a movie. I think these are the part of the breadcrumbs that Q talks about. They're dropping us breadcrumbs so we can see with our own eyes. And like Q says, the choice to know will be yours. So in these situations, will they ever come out and directly say that, no, this was Jim Carrey in a mask. This was CGI when his hand went through the microphone. No, Charlie Kirk did not get shot in Utah. I don't know. I don't think so. But at the same time, if you have the eyes to see and you follow many anons that show this stuff, you can't deny what we're seeing. I just hope eventually one day they will come out and say certain things, at least, that what we saw was definitely part of the movie, because that's where my brain goes every time, is when I see that stuff. It's like, yes, I laugh, and yes, I want to do decodes and learn stuff, but at the same time, I'm just like, more movie stuff, man. That's what we keep watching. And I think the further along we go, the easier it is for people to catch, the easier it is for Fox News literally to just hand it to you and give you a decode in your face and give you something that you can't deny. I think that's part of it, is to wake people up to see what's really going on. But you got to have eyes to see. You might need somebody to hold your hand to see it, but eventually you might just see it.
Yeah, and this is going back to 2018. Army is spending $500 million to train soldiers to fight underground, dude. Why would they do that? That's weird. Underground. Huh.
There's nothing underground, man. What would you do underground? There's no sunlight. There's nothing there, man. It's just the Earth's core of the spinning Earth.
There's no huge underground bases anywhere in the world. I promise you guys. Promise.
Oh, that's just dumb.
D-U-M-B. Dumb. Very, very dumb. Let's see. I thought this one. And again, this is what I mean when I talk about. So I have to give the caveat so people don't get the wrong idea here. And there's always a difference between the people of a country, right? Between the people of a country and the government. And I've said that for years, which is that I love the people of our country. You know, I love the citizens. I love my country. But I did not love the way our country was basically going around being the police officer for the world, right? We were essentially globalsecurity.org. That literally was our website. I don't even know if that website still works. But that used to be our website, and I've mentioned it. The Quonset Air Force Base, their website used to be globalsecurity.org. And I'm like, wait, why is our website global security? We should never do that. So with that in mind, remember, it's countries versus deep state or people within it. And this is good, dude. So it's not anymore. It's not going to Quonset Air Force Base like it used to. Globalsecurity.org used to go to Quonset Air Force Base in Rhode Island here. Part of the deal. So very interesting. Morale patches. So I don't know what this is now, but it's not that. But here we go. You ready? This is from my best material files. Our greatest ally.
Agreed with an Israeli request to stop the distribution of a book that contains some pretty damning information about the Israeli Secret Service, the Mossad, if it is true. Here's ABC's John Martin.
The most sensational claim in the book involves this bloody day, the Beirut Marine Barracks bombing. The book says Israeli agents kept vital information from U.S. Marines that might have saved the lives of 241 Americans killed here. Israeli government sources deny this account, but according to the book, an Israeli informant saw a Mercedes truck being fitted with secret panels for explosives. Israeli troops were told to be on the lookout for the truck, but the book says the Israelis intentionally gave the Americans only a vague warning, not mentioning the kind or size of vehicle. The book says Israeli intelligence was willing to let the terrorists succeed to protect their sources and out of contempt for U.S. intelligence. It says agents withheld information on U.S. hostages for similar reasons. In Toronto today, the author was under a court-ordered gag not to discuss the book or the case.
You see, there's two restrictions. There's one restriction that I can't talk about what I learned or have done in the Mossad, and the other restriction is I cannot talk about anything that's in the book.
Israeli officials confirm that Viktor Ostrovsky worked for the Mossad in the 1980s. Alarmed by the contents of the book, they got it temporarily blocked in Canada and the United States.
It's the position of the Israeli government that the information contained in the book could very well lead to the identification of employees of the Mossad and could jeopardize their lives.
But the book's introduction says it does not name active agents and gives only initials. It does say that more than 24 senior Israeli agents routinely gather intelligence in the United States. Late today, the book was put out for sale in New York after the court lifted its restraining order. The publishers claimed victory, but the Israeli embassy said it will still pursue its action against the author. John Martin, ABC News, Washington.
What do you think, buddy? They're our best ally. And again, you have all of these factions from all sorts of different countries, which I will blanketly name the deep state, right? That we do have bad people in all sorts of good places. So again, I'm not ever saying the people of a country, but the deep state or the organized negative criminals behind said countries. Any thoughts on that one, brother? I got another fun one to go from one to the next, dude. And then, because I think this is important to show. I think it's an important thing to show because a lot of people always keep saying like, oh, you know, BB, Trump's in BB's pocket, right? But they forget. They forget what happened, and they forget.
Prime Minister of Israel shows so much disrespect towards the president of my country.
Oh, he never had any respect at all. Netanyahu here is mocking Bill Clinton and he's mocking the American people for being essentially a bunch of grasshoppers, that he can do whatever he wants with us, including lie our fathers into sending their sons to die in his wars. In this video, he is no longer the prime minister. At a settler's house in the living room, he tells the boy, turn off the video camera. And the boy either fails to turn it off or he deliberately turns it right back on again. It's a bit unclear. But the video keeps rolling and Netanyahu keeps blabbing. And Netanyahu then ridicules us and says, let me tell you something about America, okay? America is a thing that is easily moved.
Especially today in America, I know how they are. Let me just mute this one here. Mute the tab. I know how they are. America is something that you can easily maneuver. because 80% of them support us. It's absurd. And even if they say something, so then they say something. So what? 80% of Americans support us. It's absurd. Says, I'm not afraid of Bill Clinton. Said, yada, yada, yada. This is what I did to Bill Clinton. No problem. But then you know what? I did. I made it where this area is huge, military area, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Look, I wasn't afraid to maneuver the Clinton administration. I wasn't afraid to confront Clinton. I gave my own interpretation to the agreement. So he did, and this is a video I had referenced many times in the past, Matrix, of that same video where he's in the house and he's talking crap about us and how we're easily pushed and pulled. But I don't want people to be left with just that, because I think this is crucial. Remember this post, dude? January of this year? I think it's very important that people realize this is a repost by, Trump, who's in BB's pocket, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes worth to listen. Actually, it's a necessity that we listen. Oh, here we go. Okay. Mike, unmute the tab. We'll do the tab on this one.
Space mute.
That's it. I patent pending.
And you may actually hear from grown-up reporters who are lying through their teeth or ignorant beyond imagining that, the war in Syria, yes, Russia intervened in Syria. Well, do you know that that Obama tasked the CIA to overthrow the Syrian government, starting 4 years before Russia intervened? What kind of nonsense is that? And how many times did the New York Times report on Operation Timber Sycamore, which was the presidential order to the CIA to overthrow Bashar al-Assad? 3 times in 10 years. This is not democracy. This is a game. And it's a game of narrative. Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? Well, first of all, it was completely phony pretenses. It wasn't, we were so wrong, they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. They actually did focus groups in the fall of 2002 to find out what would sell that war to the American people. Abe Schultzky, if you want to know the name of the PR genius. They did focus groups on the war. They wanted the war all the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had from 1995 onward the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you. Because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way. But that war was totally phony. So what is this democracy versus dictatorship? Come on. These are not even sensible terms.
So, pretty interesting, no? What you think, buddy? He's in his pocket.
Yeah, I'm surprised that guy didn't get killed right after that. So,
right.
But yeah, he was talking major mad stuff there. So we've got Netanyahu is he's probably the most or our biggest enemy. Period. You get, like he said in the video himself, the first one or second one about. He wasn't afraid to move the Clintons, which we know going back to the 90s, we saw videos of him saying, I don't know exact wording, but basically he can do whatever he wants to America. America's his to take down. So here we are all these years later, and we get to hear more and more stuff that he's done. And of course, when you combine with Barack Obama and all this stuff, you have the Syrian government taking down the Assad, CIA. What happened just this week with the CIA, the weird thing that came out with Jesse Waters with Tulsi Gabbard suddenly getting raided by the CIA. It's just all so interesting. Weird. Yeah. And of course, I think the Iran war, the thing the guy, Jeff Sachs brought up there at the end, Yes, Trump's doing that war right now, but there's a whole thing where it's almost like Iran and Israel were working together. So this war I see is not against Iran, but against the person he's actually talking about, which would be Israel, Mossad, Netanyahu, the evil side of the Israel part of it. So that's out of all the stuff you just showed, that's what I feel and see through the whole thing. Because I think the Israel for last thing, although I keep saying on my own show, Israel capitulated first back in 2017. So Israel first, Israel for last, think mirror. But yet in this narrative, Israel for last, I think we're heading towards that right now with this Iran war, like he just said.
Definitely interesting. Yeah, it's wild to me, and people just aren't, taking the cues there, right? It's like, wait, he's gonna go out there and post this stuff about how they're pushing us into wars, but he doesn't notice that they're doing the same thing right now. No, he's just dumb. He doesn't know what's going on.
And that's Trump posting this out too. So it's not just like anybody. It's Trump himself wanting us to hear that information too, legitimately.
Yep.
So like you said, it was a good 2 minutes and 13 seconds of information that's necessary. And coming from a guy, like I said, I don't know how after that he didn't get killed. I don't know exactly when that was recorded, but if it was recorded after like 2019, well, I know why he didn't die, because the real Netanyahu was already dead and gone.
Again, yeah, I can't prove this guy after February of this year. It may be earlier than that, but I can't. I can't say he was even at the White House this year in February, because it doesn't look like he was.
Exactly. And again, I'll go back to the other people's dig I've seen is I think the Netanyahu from 2019 and then the one you saw in 2020, I think 1 or 2, those are two completely different people. And the one that they did put in is the one we're seeing now. Somebody did a little small update I saw randomly on X, and it's like, yeah, it's still the same guy they replaced the Netanyahu with. So to me, it's just 2.0, fake CGI, AI video, 6 fingers, all that stuff. So.
I'm dropping this in the chat right now to Rumble and YouTube's, and then I'm going to put it into the chat. Have you ever seen this movie that's on the screen here? Freedom to Fascism?
No.
Aaron Russo. Oh, dude. Obviously it's a documentary, so it's like an hour and something, but do yourself a favor and watch this later, bro. I'll put it in the chat in the Zoom here, so you got it. But dude, do yourself a favor and watch this later. And just to give the folks out there a quick, brief on what it is, this is Aaron Russo, and they start talking about the Morgans, the Rockefellers, the Warburgs, and then they go into this whole thing about taxes and taxation and this, that, and the other. And guess what, dude? At the end of it, this guy tells him in Yiddish, like essentially, like, yeah, there's no law that, for taxes, but you're going to basically pay it. Essentially, you're going to do what you're going to do. And so, Erwin Schiff was found guilty and sentenced to 13 years in prison. This is a really, really good documentary for anybody who has not seen this. You definitely should.
And from 2006, that's a 20-year-old video.
Yeah, you'll remember this guy's face when I show you. Where is he talking with the guys for the interview here? You'll recognize his face when I show you Aaron Russo. He's talking to this guy right here. Let's listen to a second of this, because you'll get an idea of what your unmute tab here.
These decisions have never been overturned. Let's listen.
The Internal Revenue
just heard
26 that made him.
So this is what I've been trying to tell folks about for years, and some of you guys in the chat are on this path as well. But it's very interesting. Just listen to about a minute of this.
Able to file a 1040.
All they need to do, if there is a law, is to show us the law, which of course they never did.
And the reason they didn't do it was why?
Because there is no law.
Title 26 requires you to file a return. Doesn't Title 26 have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court decisions? You're going to take a 1920 case and superimpose it on the whole Internal Revenue Code that was written after it? No, that's not.
I can't believe what I just heard. Rewind.
You're going to take a 1920 case and superimpose it on the whole Internal Revenue Code that was written after it? No, that's not.
Remember he said earlier the Internal Revenue Code was authorized by the 16th Amendment?
The Internal Revenue Code is authorized by the 16th Amendment.
Remember, the Supreme Court said the 16th Amendment did not give the government any new taxing power. These decisions have never been overturned. Let's listen further. Can the lower courts overrule the Supreme Court?
No.
How are they putting people in jail today for not paying a tax on their labor when the Supreme Court said they don't have to? Doesn't the IRS code have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court? That's my big
Aaron,
question.
this is a waste of time.
Well,
Because whatever I say, you're not going to believe.
He's right. I don't believe him. And neither should you. He wants us to believe we should obey the IRS code, which is being enforced in violation of the many Supreme Court decisions. If the Supreme Court made a decision...
Thank you, Aaron. I think we're finished.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, you're doing that.
Well, I'm sorry that you constantly re-argue the point. You're liable because the law says that you're liable, and the courts say the law says you're liable, and that's why you're liable.
You see, he's talking about the lower courts, who are not in compliance with the Supreme Court, as they have to be. Doesn't the court have to be in compliance with the Supreme Court?
The Supreme Court has so held.
Where?
You caught me unprepared.
I'll come back.
Well, I don't want to do that.
But
You see, dude, it's this whole big back and forth.
Do that.
Yeah, of course he doesn't want him to come back because he knows he's got him. Because again, there is no law. Period.
Nope.
Period.
Nope. There's not, and you can tell your story again too. You're living proof of this. What happened to you? When you had somebody coming after you, you said, okay, send me something in writing proving to me that I have to do this, and they never...
Talking about this. There we go. All right, we should be back and good. Let me see. Let me just make sure. Rumble Studio, it says it's connecting back to Rumble again. What's up with Rumble? All right, we should be good back on Rumble.
It was messed up yesterday all day. So
yeah, I went to your show, and I'm like, wait, is he... I could see things moving, but then I couldn't see... I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything, and I'm like, wait. So I went over to Pilled, and then I'm like, yeah, Rumble was definitely screwed up majorly yesterday. So
you're up and running fine on Rumble on my end. So
okay, we'll see how long this goes for. But so essentially, once you file, you're liable for anything that you put in that filing, and then say if you make a mistake in that filing, then they can nail you with it, right? So what did they do with me? My state came after me for the last time that I had filed and says, oh, Rec, did you work out of state that year? And they have my filings for that year, which I did put my out-of-state 1040 in there, whatever, and filed everything properly. So what they were trying to do is get me on the phone to therefore say, I said, here, you guys are saying you don't have this information on this? And he goes, yeah, but I also don't see your last many, he says exactly this, I don't see that we've received your last many years filings. And I said, okay, yeah, just send me a letter with anything I'm liable to do, and I'll send it right in. Okay. And guess what I got after that, Matrix? Nothing at all. And so again, don't take my word for it. I'm not a lawyer. I mean, you guys look this stuff up. You've seen multiple people go to Supreme Court, and at the end of the day, you've done your due diligence. I've looked it up. I cannot find a law that states that you need to do this. And other than if you're a government employee or a soldier, aka working for the federal government, other than that, nope. And I'm not sure too about the people that live in the District of Columbia, in Washington District of Columbia. I'm not 100% sure about that, to be honest with you. But I know for any average citizen, that's the fact. And this whole video that I just dropped the links for, it's an hour and 47 minutes of him going back and forth. And then, like I was telling you, one of these guys that he talks to at the very end just tells him in Yiddish, like, you basically, doesn't matter what you can prove, you're gonna, we're gonna win essentially. Like what the hell? So yeah, it's a whole big shtick. Right here. Selectively audited taxpayers who were poor and vulnerable. They routinely fabricated evidence against taxpayers. So it was a big thing. And dude, again, I don't know what happened a few years ago. Remember when they said the Biden administration had hired 70,000 IRS agents with guns?
Yep.
I seriously think that those were marshals. I really do.
I think so too. I think that was a setup for arrests.
Marshals, yep, and then they can do more. And I'm looking for this one specific thing here. Art of the plane crash. That's interesting. Biden neck restaurant. You know what I'm thinking about on this one, right?
Oh, I do. Where he scratches his neck and you can see Jim Carrey's mask show up. Yeah.
Oh no, that's the back of the neck. I wonder if anybody has that one where he scratches the back of the neck. This is the one where he's at
then-
the heavy lighting issue, and then people were trying to say like, no, it's just it's dude, it's
this
laughable
one.
to me.
Oh, the CGI one. Yeah, the AI CGI of this one.
MSM deepfake. The discoloration is invisible to anyone there because his head and face were digitally superimposed in post-production, probably to change his responses. Biden was already arrested when his candidacy was announced, and we've only seen his clones since. So again, I'm going to go on record here and say what they're trying to say is that this is due to the lights that they have on him, and why it looks darker here is because the light is hitting this, and that's a shadow. But I'm telling you guys 100%, none of this is a shadow. Over here is a shadow. That's a shadow from being an actual shadow right in just this area right here. But this, not a shadow, and you can actually see it moves around.
When he's
see if I can mute this just so we can talk over it. Mute the tab. But I mean him, you can actually see the difference and see how it moves. Like when he talks, you can actually see the moving of the actual thing. But when Joe Biden moves, it looks like a different color altogether. Dude, it's literally like a tan dude put on a really pasty white man's mask on top. It's so cringy.
The reason why they do it this way too, even though it looks really bad, they need to take the neck down to the shirt line. Oh, you see how that right there? There's a shadow that just went across it.
An actual shadow.
Yeah, a real shadow hit that.
See, yeah,
right here. Yes, here.
So that right there, right? You can see the very light and then the very tan, and then this line right here is the shadow underneath it all, where it's darker.
And you can even see the opacity through his masking of his face. You can see his real lines and shadows underneath the masking they put on it. You can see the shadow still going.
Like that little weird line there.
Uh-huh.
I put it to 0.25 speed. Let's see. And we're already muted here, but yeah, you can see the shadow moving right there.
Yeah. And it's a masking over his neck is where you can totally tell. It's a different person sitting there with Joe Biden's face flipped up and put up over his face, and it follows him perfectly is what you're saying. Right there, it disappeared. It just meshed in perfectly right there. It perfectly came together.
Ooh, look at that, huh? I just saw that, dude. How it just, we got to look at that again. That's weird. I never even noticed that.
Yeah, keep watching his neck the whole time. Don't follow or stay on the line that's light to dark. You'll see some weird stuff happen. See how it stays just the way it sits like that.
Yeah, and then when he looks up, the whole thing kind of moves, like right here. It's like the whole face, it just got bigger. Like the masking just got a lot bigger right there.
Yeah, see, as it moves, the AI has to keep up with it, I'm telling you.
Dude, that is why I gotta look at that again. That is wild because when you look at it in that speed, at that slowness, watch. I don't know if everybody in the chat is seeing what I'm talking about, but like it's almost like this area fills in and it gets more white down here. If I'm saying it right here, let's see. So it's like that area like expands or something like that, but it shouldn't because it's supposed to be his face.
Yeah, and some people are going to say, oh, well, that's the shadow causing it. No, this is not a normal shadow. You got to understand that it's not acting like a normal shadow.
Yeah, watch the crease and then watch how much it almost like it gets thicker right here. Wow, that is just wild. And that is not Joe Biden. I'm just sorry.
No, that's so far from Joe Biden. And yeah, no, I see watching the line right there. It's so messed up. It's almost looks like it's colored in afterwards to make. You see how it disappeared right there?
Yeah, his hand got in the way. An actual shadow.
It messes up the CGI when he does that. The shadow causes the CGI to screw up. That's what's crazy.
Wow, that is wild. It's weird how you look at it more and more detailed and slowly you can actually start to see certain things. That is wild.
Yeah.
Wowza, bro. I mean, And I'm still looking right now. I'm still spinning down because there's two particular stories that I want you guys to see, and I think they're from like 2018, 2019. 8 months ago, 3:30 timestamp. Like, dude, I gotta get better at notes here. What is this post? Republicans claim Trump court cases won't damage his polling. Don't know why that's in my best files here. Let me see, because this one is. Oh, dude, this is one of my favorites, dude, and I'm open for. I am open for suggestions on folks to let me know what you think it may have been. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm open for. I know for sure I've never brought this to you. I know me and Hulk have talked about it a few times, and a few of us have talked about it a few times on a few different shows. And I know you've probably heard about this, but what happened right around the time where Trump left office? Minutes before Trump leaves office, millions of the Pentagon's dormant IP addresses sprang to life. Oh, God, please don't. Okay, thank you. Wait, and I got friggin' Brave browser on here. Why did that even come up? I guess it's not an ad. All right. It says, while the world was distracted with President Donald Trump leaving office on January 20th, an obscure Florida company discreetly announced to the world's computer networks a startling development. It now was managing a huge unused swath of the internet that, for several decades, had been owned by the U.S. military. What happened next was stranger still. The company, Global Resources Systems, LLC, kept adding to its zone of control. Soon, it had claimed 56 million IP addresses owned by the Pentagon. 3 months later, the total was nearly 175 million. That's almost 6% of a coveted traditional section of internet real estate called IPv4, where such large chunks are worth billions of dollars on the open market. The entities controlling the large swath of the internet are generally our telecommunications giants whose names are familiar, AT&T, China Telecom, Verizon. But now at the top of the list was Global Resource Systems, a company founded only in September that has no publicly reported federal contracts and no obvious public-facing website. As listed in records, the address is in Plantation, Florida, outside Fort Lauderdale, a shared workspace on an office building that doesn't show Global Resource Systems on its lobby directory. A receptionist at the shared workspace said Friday she could provide no information about the company and asked the reporter to leave. Was that a CIA front? The company did not respond to comments. Only announcement of Global Resources Systems management of Pentagon addresses happened in the obscure world of Broader Gateway Protocol, BGP, the messaging system that tells internet companies how to route traffic across the world. There, messages began to arrive telling network administrators that IP addresses assigned to the Pentagon but long dormant could now accept traffic, but it should be routed to Global Resource Systems. Network administrators began speculating about perhaps the most dramatic shift in IP address space allotment since BGP was introduced in the 80s. Quote, they're now announcing more address space than anything ever in the history of the internet. A network monitoring company who was among those trying to figure out what was happening. He published his blog. Theories were many. Did some of the Defense Department sell off part of the military's vast collection of sought-after IP addresses as Trump left the office? Had Pentagon finally acted on demands to unload the billions of dollars worth of IP address space the military's been sitting on, largely unused? An answer of sorts came Friday. The change of this handiwork of an elite Pentagon unit known as the Defense Digital Service, which reports directly to the Secretary of Defense. The DDS bills itself as a SWAT team of nerds tasked with solving emergency problems for the department and conducting experimental work to make big technological leaps for the military. Created in 2015, DDS operates as a Silicon Valley-like office within a Pentagon, carried out a range of special projects in recent years, from developing biometric app to help service members identify friendly and enemy forces, blah, 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 blah. So, dude, huge amounts, like hundreds of millions of IP addresses went online right before Trump left office, and then nobody has an idea like to what they did for it. But I have some theories perhaps, but I would definitely be interested to hear yours, and anybody in the chat has yours, I'll be reading those as well. But you got anything, any thoughts on this one, brother?
My first thought goes to, okay, so if white hats have been in control for a while now, we got those drops before this date, which is April 24th, 21. So my thought on this now, after having you read that, is sounds like it could go one of two ways. I'll speak on both sides of it. One, it sounds like almost like it'd be a white hat op in order to open up the internet for a military op when Trump did the pause. He leaves office when COVID's going to rage, when fake Biden's in office, and they open up the internet with Pentagon. I don't know how many pages or IPs you said, but they're opening up the internet. I don't know what they're using it for. I have no clue. I'm only speculating inside my head, but it's almost like they opened up the internet to run ops during the Biden administration, which would make sense. Why? During COVID, what did everybody get stuck doing? Most of us were stuck at home all the time, and we were on the internet. Sounds to me like a white hat op of some kind. Don't know where I'm going with that thought process. But then the other side of it is it a bad guy doing something in order to screw over the white hat or Trump's administration or whatever? But see, that me just even saying that out loud doesn't even make sense to myself. I think it's a white hat op. White hat op, 100%. Trump leaves office, you pause, or you open up the internet because everybody's going to be stuck on the internet for this next so many months and years. So that to me makes sense.
True. Yeah, that's right. 21, that was right in the heart of COVID, April of 21, right? We were just cooking along.
Yeah, so we're stuck at home. So Trump leaves office, and then you open up the internet. So again, the reasoning, I don't know, but we're all stuck at home using the internet. So it makes sense in that sense. Now, it wasn't Biden. It was a white hat op. Therefore, putting Biden in office doesn't mean it's a black hat op. It's a pure white hat op. So my thought process of, maybe it's black hat. No, it doesn't even make sense to be black hats. It's something to do with a white hat op, but I just don't know exactly what. But it makes sense on the surface.
I would 100% agree with everything you said. I don't know what it is, but I do definitely lean towards a white hat operation. Have you ever heard about this in the past? And I know there was a few guys. One of these guys, and I can't remember his name. He was an English guy. Maybe some people in the chat may remember. But he used to do videos with Field McConnell years and years ago. And they would talk about this thing called Serpico, I think. Serco, something like that. But anyways, what he essentially said they did was they would have like the most up-to-date or fastest response internet essentially anywhere in the world, right? And so what he was saying essentially that these people that are in power, they get the information and everything gets routed through them before it goes out to the public essentially. And we're not talking like, hours and stuff like that. We're talking, minutes, half of minutes, couple minutes, things like that, like where they're getting the information before anybody else is. And so I'm wondering if they used any of these IP addresses to indulge in anything along those lines, I don't know.
What's funny is it's funny you say that's actually when you're reading it, that's the first thing that went through my head. So Trump, let's go with just nobody's in control. Trump leaves office. Somebody in the Pentagon who's been holding on to something for this long just let's open the internet IP addresses. Those IP addresses now whoa, my other computer just whacked out. Anyway, you have all these free IP addresses that open up while people are on the internet, stuck at home. And so, like you just said, it reroutes them. So in other words, all these IP addresses open up, and then you have all these people at home that are going to end up using the IP addresses because of the situation. And instead of being just their own IP addresses or whatever you want to call it, it gets rerouted directly to the Pentagon so they can spy on you. So that's where my mind went while you're reading it, and then it flipped over to what I had already said. So, but yeah, that's where my mind went at first, but that's a no control thought process, in my opinion.
Sorry, just drinking my and
mate?
No, it's 3:22. I can't. Oh, skull and bones. I can't do any more after right around this time. If I do, I won't go to sleep. Period. I am drinking, and dude, you're talking to a guy here. I've told you in the past, I used to guzzle probably at least 64 ounces of Arizona sweet tea, Arizona, Southern sweet tea, Arizona raspberry iced tea, Arizona peach tea, super sugary, right? And so I've been drinking basically Powerade Zero. The fruit punch is actually tastes very similar to like Hawaiian punch, and the grape is actually good. There's a couple other ones that aren't bad, but dude, I went and took a sip the other day because I still had a gallon, which I ended up pouring it out, of raspberry iced tea. I took a sip of that the other day, and it's been in the refrigerator. It's not gone bad or anything. It tasted like horrible to me, and I used to love that stuff. And so for not been drinking sugar for a while, and then I had that really sugary drink, dude, it literally tasted like seriously gross to me.
You're changing, bro. You're learning how not to put sugar in your body. So now when you put that crap in your body or you get to taste it, you're like, oh, what is that? Yeah, because your body's actually getting to a point now where you're going to start rejecting some of the sweets. Yeah. I've been 9 months, I think now, maybe even 10 months. I'm getting close to. I'm not sure exactly on my timing, but I just went grocery shopping yesterday. I didn't buy a single snack for my house, and there's not a granule of sugar in my house.
Nice.
Like, no joke. There's sugar in my foods I eat. Yes, I don't try to avoid it that way. I'm not a weirdo. But there's no sugar in my house. I don't buy any snacks, no candy, no chips, no soda, none of that stuff. And guess what? When I do eat it, I'm like you. I'm like, ugh. I literally drink my Una Mates all day long. That's what I drink. I used to drink, I'm not joking, 6 to 10 pots of coffee a day. Damn. I drink none. I drink none. I drink probably 4 Una Mates a day or so, maybe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. I bought plenty of extra with the Una Mates because it's like my favorite drink now. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink soda. I don't drink milk or any. I drink water and Una Mates and the other Unicity stuff. That's literally all I'm on now. And guess what? I know it's a pun, but I freaking feel great.
Yeah. And it's kind of weird because isn't it the feel good system? I think they should change that. Is it the feel great?
Nope. And they need to change it to I feel freaking incredible.
And again, people need to get off your butts. And I understand, too, because I get the chance to look at the analytics through YouTube and stuff like that. And I understand folks are our age or if not older than us. And I'm telling you guys and gals out there, no matter your age, no matter if you think you can do it, whether you think you can do it or you think you can't do it, you're absolutely right. So if you think you can't do it, you're going to psych yourself out and you're not going to do it. So just this is something I tell my son, dude, because I honestly, as much as I know they do sweat labor and stuff like that, but Nike, their saying of just do it is such a good saying. And for me, the reason is don't psych yourself out on things. Like if I had to think about some of the days, that especially these last couple of weeks with the move and stuff, if I had to think about everything I had to do on those days, I would have never gotten out of bed. You know what I mean? Oh my God, I'm going to have to get up and pack this and then make sure he's got food. And then I got to pack all these things in this and get this packed up and wash these. And then I'm going to have to go to a store later on. And oh my God, I don't even want to get out of bed. Nope, no thank you. Just do it, right? So just like Nike, you got things to do. Don't think about it and psych yourself out about it. Just do it. And I would just recommend anybody take a walk around your neighborhood. I got a my neighborhood I live in is like a big circle. So one lap around is literally 0.24 miles. So if I go around it 4 times, I'm pretty much walking a mile. So I would recommend folks just get off your keister and get some of those, get the blood flowing and moving around. But here's a little thing. This talks about what blood does to your what your body's like without sugar after 30 days. And I think the caveat we need to make here too, Matrix, is, what do I have in mind now? It's like, well, you're not drinking sugar, but you're drinking Splenda. And it's like, all right, but, Sweet and Low, Splenda, all these other things. It's like, well, those are bad for you too, right? I'm sure they are. But we know that sugar is really, really bad for you. And, so the whole time when I was making fun of people saying, like, oh, you shouldn't be drinking that stuff. It's just, it's just sugar. Like, I had no idea. And I know for a fact, dude, that there was literally one day during my first month that my body just literally 1 second I felt one way, and then the next minute I was I felt different. And I don't know how to explain that, but it was a good feeling, right? And it was like maybe some of the bad stuff was out of my system for good. I don't know what it was.
No, that is it. That's why I said you're changing. As you're using the products, I've been on it for a while now, and I've had so many people talk to me about it. I know a lot of stuff about it. Your first few weeks on it, especially like probably your first whole month, depending on where your body is. If you're way overweight and you're eating horrible food, it's going to take you longer because your metabolism's worse. For me personally, it literally took a couple days for the system to just roll through me. For you, you're well into it now. Your body's used to it, but your body's changing. You're getting rid of all that crap you're used to in your body, your sugars and all that other stuff. Your body's actually now used to that situation. So now you're putting that poison, I'll call it, in your body. And what does your body do now? Instead of you going, that tastes great because you're in the Matrix and you want that steak to taste so juicy, is now telling you that steak is not juicy because it's bad for you. So your body's literally changing. And we're not even doing an ad right here, everybody. We're literally not trying to do this. We're literally just talking, but we're talking about something that we both entirely love. If you can't freaking tell, because we talk about it every week, your body's changing, and that's the point. If you want to change your body, start reversing your insulin resistance, and also reversing that high blood pressure and those type 2 diabetes. This is what the stuff we're talking about. This is literally the product we're talking about. It freaking works. And you're proof of that, Space Shot, as we go day by day and week by week with the show. You keep proving it every week. And we talk about the product too much, but guess what? For those out there that can't stand it, I don't care. Once you try it, you won't shut up about it either. I promise you. I promise you.
Well, guess what, dude? I'd been taking pictures of the scale the whole time, and so I don't know if there's maybe a percentage of people out there think maybe I'm bullshitting people, but I don't lie to my viewers. I just don't do it. So here's some proof, and just so you know, I took the time to stack all these images into one, and then I showed you guys in the far left what the image is that I've stacked one upon the next. And when I started this, dude, I actually started at 253 pounds, 5'11", 253 pounds. But when I tell people how much I weigh, they're like, no way. Because again, this guy I work with had a huge belly. When I started this, I had a little belly, right? This dude I work with had a huge belly, but I was maybe 2 inches taller than him. And the guy weighed like 180 pounds. And I'm like, how is that possible that I weigh that much more than you? And they're like, well, you have muscle under there as well. So what I'm about to show you guys is you're going to see the starting point is 249.1, but it was literally within a week before that, I was at my son's physical where I stood on the scale and I was 253, and I had been taking the Feel Good for about 2 or 3 days at that point. So that's the weigh-in, 253.5 at the doctor's office, and then every one of these images was taken over at the in-laws across the street. What do you think, homie? There is the starting point when I started using their scale, which is what you're seeing here.
Holy shit.
Yep, every single time I went to weigh in. 249.1, 242, 239, 233, 229, 226.
Dude, you stole my socks.
Yeah, and it's but dude, yeah, I mean, I can't be happier. And 27 pounds off of my knees and my feet is a major plus. So
dude, that's so awesome. Now here, let me give you one piece more for me. Sorry, everybody, this is not the ad. We're not trying to talk about this, but guess so. My mom's in town. She's from Michigan. She's staying at a hotel. She always does. So I went and visited her on Thursday, and Friday morning I wake up. Now she's used to me, the old me. I'd sleep till anywhere between noon and 6 p.m., something in that range. And I'm a night owl. I'm just purely always was. So I'm with my mom, and I told her I was like, if when I wake up, I'm not going to try waking you up. My mom is the person who likes to sleep till later in the morning. So I wake up, and I wake up, and shout out to Chew out there in the chat. I actually woke up, and the first thing I did was I walked into the bathroom, so light wasn't bugging her. I pounded my my Unicity drink, the Fuel, dropped to the floor, and did 50 push-ups instantly. First thing I did when I woke up. Then put my clothes on, went downstairs, went to the weight room, worked out. Then I ate my breakfast, which I shouldn't have done because I was not supposed to eat, but I did anyway because it was free. And then I came back up, and my mom wakes up. She goes, "Oh, did you just wake up?" And I told her what I had just done, and she gave me the weirdest look I'd ever seen. I go, "What?" She goes, "You woke up and worked out instantly?" I went, "Yeah, why?" She goes, "Who are you?" So I was like, "What?" She goes, "Because again, it's like that's not me. This product has flipped me around. I'm waking up." Of course, today is funny I'm saying this because today I didn't wake up because I went to bed at 5 a.m. though. But I've been waking up every day between like 6 and 8 a.m. working out multiple times a day. Why? Because this product has me feeling like I want to and need to because I have so much energy. It's stupid.
Right, dude. And it's crazy too because I ever since COVID, right? Like I generally always went to bed late, like 1, 2, sometimes 3 in the morning. But when COVID rolled around, that made it so I couldn't fall asleep till like 3:30, 4 in the morning, like on a regular basis. But I've actually been kind of moving it and spreading it. So I'm going to bed earlier, and then I'm obviously waking up much earlier. So I'm trying to move that window, which is being moved. And if I might, dude, I'm going to play you a little YouTube short, and this is for anybody out there. I actually sent this to Kaysen, the guy from the Feel Good system there, Unicity, and I was telling him that I was working out, dude. Now, you can test this for yourself, brother. You might already do this. I don't know. And this is for some of you folks out there that may be getting into if you're working out or whatever. But this is like a little life hack, I think, dude. I love this. So. Stop. All right, mute the site. All right, so stop doing full range push-ups, Matrix. All right, so I'll start it over here again with the no sound. So you want your chest to develop? So that's a push-up, right? A full range push-up. Push-up. Don't do those. Don't do those. Now, when I do those like that, I notice it a little in my chest, and then I notice it like in my forearms, or excuse me, my triceps and my shoulders. But I don't feel the burn in my chest. Now, when I changed to start doing what he's doing, you isolate your chest so it's only hitting your chest. Watch this. So start doing short range. So you're not going to go all the way down to the ground. And I would actually say you can actually do a little bit better, like stop. It's going to be tough for me to stop it. Like basically stop, not halfway, but I would say stop at a range.
Three quarters.
Yeah, like I would say like right there. Like don't even go down even lower than that, because once you go down lower than that, you're bringing in all these other things. But when you're keeping it to a point where you're just going, like let's just say if he's like arms locked, like watch that. Like if that's dead straight, you basically only want to go down a very little bit, so you're bending your elbows slightly and then popping right back up. And when you do that, dude, you start feeling the burn all in your chest like crazy, and I don't feel anything anywhere else.
Now, here's one thing about that, though, because I used to be, and I'm getting myself back into being a workout freak. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying, but there's one thing I would add to it. If you're trying to do just your chest, you're fine. With what you said, what you just taught a lot of people out there is there's a way to do push-ups and isolate your chest. My recommendation is still do your full range push-ups and add in these short range push-ups, because you will isolate your chest, and when you do your full range, you're going to isolate your triceps and everything else. And I'm a person that likes to work out multiple directions for every little thing. Like my curls, I have like 10 versions of a curl depending on what route my arms are going to go up and move as I do it. Same with doing bench press with curls. With dumbbells, bench press with dumbbells. It's the way your arms are, what position they're in, and whether you're turning them when you're moving them up, whether you're doing butterflies and whatnot. I do so many different things because you want to isolate all kinds of muscles that are called your what are they called? Obliques. That's why I don't use machines. I use free weights, because your body's going to get stronger by using free weights, because you have to balance those free weights. So same with doing push-ups. You can isolate your chest by doing that certain type of push-up, but I would recommend you might want to do the entire thing as well, because your triceps are not going to get as nice of a workout if you're not going all the way up. So This is a good route, but I also say, okay, but now you're not doing the correct workout for other things. So good information, but I would add to it.
Absolutely. And I'm just checking the chat here. I think, I may be wrong, but I think we have, where is she? DVO 1985 says, I'm almost 90 days and I feel good. And then down below says, I am only down 10 pounds, but my blood pressure is better, inflammation is down, and my head is clearer. So 90 days, 10 pounds, that's 3 pounds a month. And, you know, I was basically doing 3 pounds a week, but I am doing kind of above and beyond where I'm fasting like 16 hours a day. So I'm not even eating till 8 o'clock at night. So my eat window is like 8 at night, 9 at night till like 2, 3 in the morning. And so I'm pretty much fasting that whole extra time. But 3 pounds a month is totally fine too. You don't want to lose weight too fast, and who knows, she might already be on the thinner side. I don't know, but I'm glad that the blood pressure thing. That's what I'm hearing from a lot of people too. You know that the blood pressure, but also Chris Schaus was talking about pre-diabetes gone as well. So yeah, let's listen to a little bit of this, dude, and then maybe we can pump out a Rumble wallet or something after this. But we know what sugar does to your body. What happens to your body when you don't have sugar, which is very difficult to have zero sugar.
The number one food to keep your arteries clear is not olive oil.
I have to bump it a little bit. But it's gonna get a little bit louder for. I don't know that it will get louder for you, Matrix.
I got it. I'm gonna bump it on my side. You're good.
Okay, bump it. Boom.
And it's not nuts either. Many people believe that simply eating healthy fats is enough to keep their arteries clean. But there is one food that does far more than that. It naturally boosts nitric oxide, a powerful molecule that relaxes and dilates blood vessels, improving blood circulation and lowering blood pressure. 2 essential steps in reducing the risk of heart attacks and strokes. On top of that, this food is packed with antioxidants called betalains. These compounds fight inflammation and prevent harmful cholesterol from sticking to the walls of your arteries. That means less plaque buildup, smoother blood flow, and a healthier cardiovascular system overall. Consuming this food regularly may even help break down early deposits that have already formed, supporting long-term heart health. The number one food to keep your arteries clear, improve circulation, and protect your heart is beetroot. Include it in your diet and take a simple step toward optimizing your health. What happens to...
Wow, dude, that just jacked up the price. I'm going to turn that down. There we go. Yeah, I don't like when people don't fix their damn audio, and I thought that was going to be more about sugar than beet juice. You ever drink that stuff?
That's good. Oh, yeah. Actually, when I lived in Nebraska, my neighbor, I was weirded out by his wife because every night when we get home from work, and I worked with my neighbor, he got me into doing the what's it called? HVAC apprentice. So every time we come home from work, though, she would literally have, she did drink the beet juice, but she would buy a big bag of beets, cut them up into slices, cover them with pepper, salt and pepper, and eat platefuls of beets. I'm like, what are you doing? And so I started asking questions. That's when I learned about the beets and how it's all about what they just taught us and your blood flow and all that. So she got me doing that. And anybody out there that doesn't like beets, I'm sorry. Buy you some beets, slice them up, put some salt and pepper, whatever kind of seasoning you want on, and just eat them. I'm telling you now, you will feel incredible. I haven't done that since I lived in Nebraska, but that just reminded me of it. Beets are some of the best things you can possibly put in your body, whether it's regular beets or beet juice. I highly recommend it 100%. I need to put that back in my diet, actually. Thank you, Space Shot.
Beet juice, no problem. Let's see. Yep. You remember... Page 294 of the Inspector General's report. I know you do. If you don't, at least this part will be looking very familiar here. This is the, for anybody that wants it, here is the, let me see, so I'm right about there. Inspector General's report. Office of the Inspector General, review of various actions by the FBI investigation and Department of Justice in advance of the 2016 election. That's interesting that we had all this stuff in here. And then we have page 294. Come on. Is my favorite. And, of course, it's the most gross. Coleman told us that he regularly took notes in a journal. Coleman's notes from October 4th contained the following entry. 1. Anthony Weiner, spelled incorrectly. 2. Unrelated. 3. Weiner, spelled incorrectly. Texting 15-year-old. Sexually explicit. 926. Federal search warrant. iPad, iPhone, laptop. Initial analysis of laptop. Thousands emails. Hillary Clinton and Foundation. Crime against children. Huh. Interesting. And Matrix, who is
spelled this? That's spelled wrong, but it's spelled the same way they did it in the drops. Shouldn't that be crimes against children?
Yes. But I
That's
think
just-
it
okay.
does. I think it does say the same in the post. But
Okay.
isn't that what that
Okay.
means too? SIC is like spelled incorrectly.
See, whenever I read it, I quite literally always seem to read it as just sick. Is it missing the K?
These people are sick. For sure.
Yes, that's where my brain has always gone. Is that? So, how is sick? How is sick officially spelled incorrectly though?
Let me see. I'm just trying to get it. Sick for Latin is used when you quote someone and they made a mistake and you're keeping that mistake and want to make the reader know that you know it was a mistake. That's what somebody on Reddit is saying. So I always looked at SI spelling incorrectly, but they knew it was spelling incorrectly. That's why they wrote it.
Jeez.
Yeah, funny stuff. Let me see, dude. We got 1,300 folks on here, and we don't even have pilled that is. We don't have pilled that's. Got about 100 folks over here on pilled, but we don't have reporting. So I wonder if they can make those APIs. That would be so nice if they could link those into it, so we could actually get the. If we had all the chat on one thing here, how awesome that would be. Like if I could.
Yeah, it would help.
Yeah, if I could do this right here and then have it be YouTube, Rumble and Pilled all in one, I would really love that.
Yes, it would be great.
Pop that one out. Let's see. Do you got any? Pop one of these things. I got the old thumbnail on there. Do you got any Rumble wallets or anything like that we could do? 1775 coffee. I got.
Yeah. Okay. So here, since my Rumble, I have to actually refresh my entire Rumble in order to do it. So here's what I got to do real quick. I got to actually go over to my chat, do my thank yous real quick because they will disappear. I mean, I have to fully refresh. I just refreshed multiple times, so I actually have to do my thank yous or they're going to disappear.
Well, the
if I do
activity,
that.
it should stay under your activity, under your Rumble wallet, no?
Here, I have an idea. I know what I'll do. I wonder if they'll let me open a second one, because every time I do this, they literally disappear on me. So here, I'm going to try it again. Rumble Studio. I'm opening a second one. Hopefully it doesn't screw anything up.
Well, let me thank this, and this is funny too. Lee337Q gifted out a subscription to the channel on Rumble. I do appreciate that, Lee. And best man at my wedding and best friend, growing up, his name was Lee. And the funny thing is he's Portuguese, but that's not even how you spell his name. But we all called him Lee, L-E-E. And Lee's name on Rumble here is Lee337, which if you guys flip 337 upside down, that's Lee. And isn't it a weird coincidence, dude? But like, I'm telling you, like most days I would look over at a clock and it would be 337. Like almost every day for whatever reason at 3:37 p.m. I would be looking at a clock or look over at a clock.
Wild.
And see 337 all the time.
You were linked to that number directly then for a minute. And by the way, I just took a screenshot, so now I'll be all good. Now I'll go ahead and refresh. That way I don't lose anything. We'll be just fine. Bingo. Yeah. Now I can do it. All right.
If you
so,
refresh
Rumble
those,
Wallet?
I think they stay in there if you refresh. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they stayed on mine.
So here's how mine's been working. So you're aware of this. So there's the refresh button you taught me inside Rumble Studio.
Yeah.
That one there did not work to give me my numbers didn't come up inside of the thing. So whenever I actually have to refresh the entire page, that's when they, for whatever reason, even on for this show, they disappear. So that's why I said that. But I was smart, took a screenshot. They won't go anywhere. And now I am ready for a Rumble wallet.
Here's the problem. I don't think I am. That's weird. I don't even have a Rumble wallet.
Really?
Split up. I got a 1775 coffee and a MeWe and a MeWe
me too.
and a MeWe. So I got
Yep,
MeWe.
either
You
one.
want to do the coffee?
Let's see. Highest one, MeWe or coffee, they're roughly the exact same.
All right, we'll do I'll do the coffee quick. 1775 coffee.
Cool.
Clicking.
And good.
Clicking and clicking. All right, guys. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus with no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions. And a black 1775 tumbler. It's $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for just $99. This is for the ones who have been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Head over to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. Boom.
Boom.
I'm telling you, dude. And again, can't say enough of good things about Pilled and also Rumble because they do things like that to allow us to read a little commercial. We're not getting rich off of it, but it's allowing us to keep the lights on, and therefore that's why we never beg for donos like some other folks out there may do. It's just so It's just so crude,
You know what I like to call it? I when I'm on my show and I do a Rumble rant, what I tell people is I say I'm just going to give myself a Rumble read. I say I'm going to give myself a quick Rumble rant by doing a Rumble read. That's what I do.
That's it. That's
literally what it is. It's a little Rumble rant for us. Is all it is.
All right, let me see. Did folks? We got some more time here left. Do you guys want me to go into current news for today and a couple other things that I have lined up that I could talk about, or do you want me to stay on the weird and wild stuff of my old best materials? Because I still haven't found the exact ones that I was looking for. And dude, this part will be for entertainment, and I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I just think somebody that does something like this is so. Dude, besides the fact of time consuming, I love this, and maybe I'll show his real song. The worst freestyle I've ever seen this man do, but here we go. Check this out, guys. I don't know if you ever seen this. I loved this remix here. Let me see, unmute time.
One shot. One opportunity. It's easy. Everything you ever want.
Just, do you have any idea? People that are listening to it, we're going to do about 30 seconds of it. But it's an Eminem song that somebody made and used all various different movie and TV show clips to make the song. Like, this is like a 3-minute song, but I bet you it took them hours and hours to put this together. Hours. Many, many hours.
In one moment.
Would you capture it? Or let it slip?
Yo! His palms are sweaty.
He's weak. Arms are heavy.
His vomit.
On his sweater. Ready?
Mom, I got it.
He's nervous.
What's on the surface?
He looks calm and ready.
Dropping bombs.
But he keeps
Forgetting.
When he brought down
The whole crowd goes.
so loud, he opens his mouth.
But the words
Won't come out.
He's joking. How? Everybody's joking. Now
The clock's run out. Time's up.
over.
Snap back.
To reality.
Oh, there goes
Gravity.
Oh, there goes gravity. Choke.
So mad.
But he won't.
Give up that easy.
No, he won't have it.
He knows his whole.
Back.
Look, it's rope.
Don't matter.
Dope.
He knows that. He's broke.
He's so
Stagnant.
He knows.
When he goes back to his
Mobile home. That's when it's back to the lab again.
Yeah.
This old rhapsody.
Better go. Capture this moment. Hope.
Don't pass it. Lose yourself in the music.
the moment.
You own it. Better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss a chance to blow.
This opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
You better lose yourself in the music.
Dude, I have an appreciation for that because I've had to edit so many videos over the years. But that guaranteed took that dude multiple hours to do that.
That was really, really cool.
I love that stuff, dude. And you know, credit to the people who actually thought of the idea to actually go and do that. Like, that's crazy. Oh, dude, you know what I talked to my son about yesterday? Him and his friend, they had a sleepover on Friday night. And I was trying to show him some of the things, and I try not to go too weird with him or whatever. And then he goes, "Oh, what do you mean, like Tartaria, like that fake stuff?" And I'm like, You know, Tartaria is like a real place, and like it was been on maps, right? Like, you know, that's a real thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he said like Tartaria to me, like I wouldn't know what he was talking about, and I'm like, yeah, it's actually a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, old maps, brother. We just got to get out some old maps and show you that Tartaria. I mean, it's all over the place, but the main thing is like all of Russia, China, Mongolia, like that entire area was considered Grand Tartaria. So it's massive. It's like Russia almost, but bigger.
Grand
So
Tartary. See if
yeah,
anybody,
Tartary.
Let's see if anybody messaged back about the weird stuff or the weird stuff or the weird stuff or the current stuff. I don't see anybody talking about that, so I'll just keep doing this. Dude, you ever, I know I've showed this in the past. I don't know why I have this in my best materials, but anyway, talking about weird stuff, giants. Aboma, the African giantess, world's tallest woman in the 1800s. She was a giant, dude. And 7 foot 6 inches.
Holy 7'6". What? 6'7"?
6'7", 6'7", 6'7". Thank God my son's not here for that. You know, the only thing I can say for the next thing I'm about to show you guys is that, unfortunately, whether you want to believe it or not, I think we live in a simulation. And and again, some of these things, what is it? They're due to perspective, okay? So some of the things you're about to see here will certainly be something moving at the right speed, at the right angle to give an impression that something is, say, I don't know, not moving, or say stuck in the sky or something like that. I don't know if we've ever delved into any of these things together, Matrix, but some of these for sure, you could be going under something that could be moving and it could look like it's not moving. But I've actually seen one in person that was too far away to film, and I'm like, wait, that thing is not moving. Let's see.
Planes are freezing in the sky.
Oh, God. So planes are freezing in the sky. And so I know a lot of people are going to say like, oh, it's AI or whatever. But dude, we've had this stuff for years before I was even doing any of the Q stuff. I was watching videos on this stuff for many years and seeing various clips of people recording things that look like what we're seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what to make of it. I just genuinely don't. Some of them, like I said, are perspective, but then how do we make heads or tails of this that we just saw, where this guy flew all the way around it? You know what I mean? Like, yep. And it's not moving. It was right in front of that bridge right there, and it's still not in front of the bridge right there.
Yeah. The videos I saw first coming out about this was a good, probably close to 10 years ago, maybe even more of this happening. So there wasn't the AI, CGI quite like it is today, where you can make stuff easy. Based on all the different videos I've seen, yes, this is a real thing. Yes, it does happen. How? Well, if you believe we live in a simulation, then it easily makes sense. If you don't believe that, then I don't know. It's magic, baby.
Right? It's you know, and to to Matrix's point, I'd seen numerous of these going back many years. So it's not something that's like, oh yeah, it's just fake and they're making this stuff up now and it's new or whatever.
No. Look at the car right there. The car right there. That car is a mid-90s Cavalier.
I was just gonna say Cavalier, yeah.
Yes, this is an older video. I mean, right just there alone, the car going by. I mean, that's an older car right there too. This is not a new video, that's for sure. So it's not like they just can easily make an AI thing. It literally looks real. Yes, it's perspective, but why else would they be recording it? Like, there's no reason like, oh, they're just going to record a video, drive down the highway saying, hey, let's see if we can make sure this plane looks like it's sitting still and make a whole video out of it. And then take like 300 takes to do it. Like, none of that makes sense to logically, but there's a reason they took a picture or a video of what they saw. And then when you put it together with other ones that has happened, something weird's going on. And yeah, it's like we're living in a simulation, because how else do you explain a airplane stopping in the middle of the sky and just sitting there?
Did you ever see, I guess, the CIA declassified Adam and Eve? The Adam and Eve story?
Uh-huh.
What's that about, dude?
And the dude's name that wrote its name is like Chan or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Chan Thomas.
Yeah, Chan Thomas. That's it. Yep.
What? So what? Why? Like, I don't get it. Let me see.
But here's the thing: is that story there's even though they released it, it's still redacted on certain piece of it, and they won't tell us why it's redacted. Like they took out some of that's it. They still left some of this out. They wouldn't give it to us.
So wait. So this guy Chan Thomas wrote a book. Apparently, it says for AMBT from something. So wrote this as a gift to somebody. There's 57 pages, and I've actually never read this, to be honest with you. Cross section of Earth, mantle, inner core, outer core crust, passions and perils of nationhood, save for POB. Why is this on the CIA website? That somebody wrote a book.
It's got to do with what is it? I can't remember now. It's got something to do with maybe something in the Bible that they, I guess, maybe lied about or didn't tell us about. He covers in this book, and he apparently, I'm guessing he hits it on the head, whatever part it is. There's something in the book that has something implicated about mankind is what it is. And apparently that's the part that got redacted. And even when they unredacted, that part's still missing to this day. But I don't know what it is. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly. I remember his name though, Chan.
And look, Cavalier.
Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me.
It's weird because they're talking about Cassius Clay here, No Battle at Verdun, then Diana Lynn Batts, Miss USA, Miss Universe, Nelson Rockefeller Jr., Adam and Eve story. I'm going to definitely read this thing later on and take a peek at what it is. I'll report back to you guys later. Dude, for some reason, I don't know why. I don't know where my German kids, let me see, German kids story is. Because this one's wild. And I
German kids?
Yeah, dude, really
the
wild. Let me see. German. Let me see. One more keyword I'm gonna look for. No. Crypto. This was wild too. I gotta find this one because you're gonna be like, oh, I remember this one. Teens arrested crypto. I think it was German. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were Germans. Let me see. Let's see. Cryptomaniacs in the torture townhouse. The one was accused of torturing Italian tourists. This is weird. I don't even know what this is. This is just something that popped up as I'm looking for something else I'm looking for here. But look at this. What the hell is this, dude? Oh, God, of course. Wait, I thought I got friggin', hold on. Jumper? 10-foot ladder?
What?
10-foot ladder? Ladder? You don't know what a 10-foot ladder is? The IP, the jumper.
Oh no, I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm not a computer guy. Everything I know about computers is based on me learning through YouTube and Google searches. So
let's see if it works.
I'm just fast at what I do. That's it. People think I'm a computer nerd. I'm the opposite. So
12-foot ladder, they call it, or 12foot.io website. It's supposed to be a paywall crasher or crusher. So let me see if it works.
Oh, I didn't know anything about that. That's really cool. I'd like to have that.
Yeah, it's anyways, this isn't even really where I was gonna go, but this was wild because it's the Intelligencer and it says the cryptomaniacs and the torture townhouse. And so what this was saying on the inside of it was saying in May of 25, two American men, John Woeltz, Woeltz, 37, and William Duplessis, 33, were arrested in New York City. And dude, I've not even heard about this, which is wild that I've not heard about this. It says, were arrested in New York City for the kidnapping and torture of an Italian national over a Bitcoin password. Oh, that's right. Remember they tortured this guy to get the billions in Bitcoin or whatever because he had the passphrase or something? That's what it was. The victim was lured to the $75,000 per month Soho townhouse where he was held captive for, take a wild guess how many days, Matrix?
17?
Exactly. He was brutally tortured, drugged, shocked with electric wires, and threatened with a chainsaw to extract his multi-million-dollar cryptocurrency password. The victim agreed to give up his password, and when the captors went to retrieve his laptop, he managed to run out of the townhouse onto Prince Street, flagging down a traffic officer. Inside the house, police discovered evidence of the severe abuse, including Polaroids of the victim bound with a gun pointed to his head, a saw, body armor, and narcotics. Waltz and Duplessis were indicted on felony charges of kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. They pleaded not guilty and were remanded to jail. Nice guys,
Whoa. I don't remember that story at all. That's crazy.
Using to pay for... All right, so the story was, I'm trying to pull it up. There were two teens. Video second suspect surrenders in crypto kidnapping. This wasn't it. All right, so there were two teens arrested in Germany, and the weirdest part is I know for a fact I had two separate links in that file, and they are no longer in there. And now I cannot seem to find this link. But there were... All right, maybe I got it wrong. Okay, nope, not German kids. All right, I know why I got it wrong. Because there's another story that has to do with Germany. All right, do you remember there was a story that came out that Germany knowingly, right? And so let me see. Germany knowingly placed foster kids with pedophiles for 30 years. You ever hear about that story?
No, but it sounds familiar.
1969 to 2003.
Whoa.
Yeah, dude. So this is why I'm mixing up these two stories, but I do have them both, and here we go. Rock and roll time. I'm going to show you the second one first. Knowingly. So again, this is not like, oh, whoops, we dropped them off with some pedos. Whoopsie daisy. Berlin authorities placed children with pedos. The Kentler Project in West Berlin routinely placed homeless children with pedophile men, assuming they'd make ideal foster parents. Sure. A study has found the practice went on for decades. Starting in the 70s, psychology professor Helmut Kentler conducted his, quote, experiment. Homeless children in West Berlin were intentionally placed with pedophile men. These men would make especially loving foster parents, Kentler argued. As loving, yeah. Sex.
Put your
loving.
helmet on.
Oh my God, dude, right? A study conducted by the University of Hildesheim, who's found that authorities in Berlin condoned this practice for almost 30 years. The pedophile foster fathers even received a regular care allowance. Helmut Kentler was in a leading position at Berlin Center for Educational Research. He was convinced that sexual contact between adults and children was harmless. Seems like a nice guy. Berlin's child welfare offices and the governing Senate turned a blind eye or even approved of the placements. Several years ago, two of the victims came forward and told their story. Since then, the researchers at Hildesheim University have plowed through files and conducted interviews. What they found was, quote, a network across educational institutions, the State Youth Welfare Office, and the Berlin Senate, in which pedophilia was accepted, supported, and defended. Kentler himself was in regular contact with the children and their foster fathers. He was never prosecuted. By the time his victims came forward, the statute of limitations for his actions had expired. This has also thus far prevented the victims from getting any compensation. Like, dude.
Holy crap.
Oh, dude, that's like saying, leaving a child with a bear would be a caring and gentle... a gentle father. Like, seriously? Like, pedophiles as foster parents? They'd be seriously loving. Yeah, loving.
Dude.
Like, sexing.
No, I don't even, I can't even believe the fact that they said that he was convinced that a pedophile would be a loving parent.
Right?
Loving foster parent. Really? Come on, man.
Come on, man. Yeah, loving or screwing is what you're saying.
Yeah. And the only person that can even have a thought process that direction is a pedophile himself.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Be a Raider, thank you, sir, for the $5 Rumble rant. Says, feeling nostalgic, Spaceshot 76. Even miss your old intro. Well, if you go back and scrub back to the very beginning of the show, I did play the original. Then we did the Feel Good System, and then we did Mr. Swickley's awesome Froggy intro. I call it the 117 Froggy Froggy intro. But here's the other story, dude. You ready for this? And so this is why I mixed it up, because I kept thinking German kids it was, but apparently it was Italian kids. And so the reason I mixed it up is because I put this story and that story. Pretty sure this was like the same time that these stories came out. So that's why I mixed them up. But here we go. Yeah, this is bad, dude. And remember, what I'm about to show you and read to you guys are teenagers in doing this in Italy. Teenagers. Do you remember this one, Matrix? Pack review. Here we go. Italian teens arrested for paying with Bitcoin to see children tortured and murdered on dark web. Two 17-year-old Italian teens, a boy and a girl, were reportedly arrested last week after using Bitcoin currency to purchase access to a dark web live stream of children being sexually abused, tortured, and murdered. Two were arrested as part of an operation known as Deliro, which is the Italian word for delirium, that began last October, according to a report published Wednesday in the Italian language newspaper Il Messaggero. The message? Quote, in their text to each other, authorities said the boy told his friend about the Red Rooms live streams, where videos of executions, murders, dismemberments, sexual acts on animals, organ removals, castrations, and child pornography against very young children could all be viewed. 2Fab confirmed after viewing the piece. Quote, images reportedly shared between the two, seized by law enforcement, including bad videos, self-made by children, videos adults made of minors, assaulting children aged 2 and 4, and gory videos involving Nazi symbology. It says Operation Delirios thus far led to the arrest of 25 people, 19 of whom were under the age of 18. Sadly, the dark web live stream where these red rooms are hosted still remain online. It's believed the live streams are likely carried out in Southeast Asia. It's further known that most of these live streams end with the child being unalived. The people who operate the streams reportedly charge exorbitant sums of money to let viewers dictate what happens to the child next. Quote, investigative activities, which continued after the execution of dozens of searches last autumn, brought to the surface, the investigators explained, the darkest and most dramatic part of circumstantial findings. A Google translation of the original article in El Messaggero reads, quote, that relating to the deep web and encrypted internet context where images of heinous violence circulate even in live situations in which users who have managed to access these hidden environments are allowed to interact in conducts of violence and hurting people and minors carried out directly by adults. So, dude, live requests have significant cost and ensure very high profits for foreign organizations that carry out such inhumane acts. So, could you imagine, you click on some website here and you got two people, or a guy or a kid or whatever strapped up, and it's like, all right, you can pay $500 and you chop his arm off or something like that, or do something worse. But the fact that 19 of the 25 people arrested were under 18 and they're already into this stuff, what the hell was their child life like growing up?
Dude, wow, yeah. I remember these stories about this stuff coming out, and I can only remember the worst sight I was ever seeing was when people brought up, I think it was called 100 Ways to Die or 100 Faces of Death or something along. That's it. And so you could see people getting eaten by alligators and all kinds of crazy stuff, but it was still free. It wasn't on the dark web before it was shut down. So yeah, you could see some wild stuff on there. And
oh, dude,
when that stuff was out, though, I'm not gonna, the stuff I was seeing was, bad stuff, but it wasn't people being murdered. It wasn't a children. It wasn't sexual. It was literally just like bad ways to die. And it was people mostly getting killed in crazy ass ways. Even those videos back then were horrible. I can't even fathom the thought process of somebody going onto one, not only to watch somebody purposely be killed or a child being messed with, but to pay for that situation too to happen. Nasty. And the fact that they're under 25 years old, they're kids basically. If they're 19, you said under 19 or whatever, like that's crazy. And I kind of going to go back to it's like the people that run the world, that run the media, that throw the movies in our face, that make people go that route. That's the people I blame, because humans don't naturally act that way. So, wow, that's screwed up. Totally screwed up. That's all I can say.
Now, dude, have you ever followed? I think we've talked about some of these folks in the past here. Let me see. Yeah, okay, we should be good. Should be good. Actually, you know what? I'll put this. I'll forward these as well, so I'm not showing everything out here. All right, I'll just pull up these. So, let's see. I'll pop this up here. Ding. So, Entheos. They make some very interesting posts here, talking about. So this is a separate post from this one here. Let me show my folks here. I'm blocking the screen. So, I thought this was interesting. They posted this yesterday. And I don't know if you ever heard this, but there's a second verse. Oh, thus be it ever, well, when free men shall stand between their loved home and their war's desolation. You ever heard this guy? This is actually worth
top of my head. No.
This is worth the 2 minutes. I hadn't even planned on this, but I popped this over just the last minute. Let's see. Listen to this. Oh.
One question was raised about how we teach our young people, and I'm a former Marine, and I became aware that there are 2 verses, and we need to hear the second verse, which says, "Oh, thus be it ever, when free men shall stand between their loved homes and the war's desolation, blessed with victory and peace, may the heaven rescued land praise the power that has made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must, when our cause it is just, and this be our motto: in God is our trust, and the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I think he just made it up.
How have I never, ever, ever, ever heard that before?
Wild, right? I mean,
holy crap. How many of you guys out there in the chat have never heard that before? I have never heard that before.
Only because I've seen that dude sing it a few times.
Holy crap. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Let's see what the chat's saying out there. What are you guys feeling out there? Just got goosebumps. Susie Q said, just got goosebumps. Good stuff.
I did too. I did too, because I'm sitting there like, what am I hearing right now? I had not seen that.
Riffic says, Riffic on YouTube says, Monkey Brains, Faces of Death. Yeah, I remember that one. And
Yep.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think, as well. Let's see. I've heard it before. Bliss M says. Dana Freelax says never. Martin Van Dever says heard it much. Is that the second verse? Brett Wesley? Apparently, that's it. Susie Q said heard it a few times. Rumble Piper never heard it before. G Westbury never heard it. D Starboy says I remember this. Yeah, it's interesting. We need to sing both verses, Josie Ann. Yep.
Never, nope, never. Goosebumps, never. I did in school, but I'm 70. I've seen that video before. New to me as well. Yeah, most nobody's has seen it. Wow.
Chilled monkey brains. Don't forget the snake surprise. Big Gouda says there. Yeah, Patriot Rick. Yeah, never heard it. It was great. Yeah, it was interesting. And so these are posts from that Entheist group here, and this is interesting too because remember he said was this one? So tune in A New Hope at 6 p.m. Eastern, right on schedule. Marker met. So dude, I'm telling you, if you ever get some free time, which I know is very limited, if you go and look up Entheos here, or you look them up on True Social, dude, there are too many quote coincidences for me to just kind of shrug it off as if it's not something. There's way too many connections that they've called like way ahead of time that people like absolutely find out like so, and then people will post on like X like, oh, Entheos proof came out, and so I don't know who they are, but it's crazy.
They're a white hat, or whoever they are. They're able to basically, group, whatever. They're basically able to predict things. They've said things in the past that came true dead on the head too many times. So whoever's running that account is one of those white hat accounts that are putting stuff out there at the perfect timing for us to find later. It seems like that's what they are. That's what they are to me, at least.
Love it. And let's see. Right here, just kind of going back to one of the. I just looked up really quickly on Twitter just to say Entheos proof, and this one came up. Islamabad on Friday, April 10th, 2026, to further negotiate because we're worried about World War III, right? You don't want to start off World War III. There will be no World War III, and I'm telling you, like as much
Same
as
date.
Yeah, it's the Delta. So as much as they're as much as they are, Q proofs and Dan crumbs and Trump crumbs and proofs, believe me, it's worth your time to look into some of the things that these people have put out, dude. It's mind-bogglingly crazy the amount of things that they've done. And again, it for me, it just, quit the Entheos proof, 6-year Delta yesterday. Economic boom incoming, April 12th, 2026. April 11th, 2020. Well, that's about 6 years off. Economic boom incoming. Look at so economic boom coming. That's Dan Garbianella. All right, but so a lot of these I wouldn't call that one a proof because it's not with Trump. But with Trump, he has a lot of things that go in there, and then also just for anybody who may start looking into Entheos here, when you see him mentioning like oak tree, he means Elon Musk. Oak Tree Entheos. And so he basically was saying like a while ago, like, once Oak Tree gets on here and da-da-da-da-da, and I'm like, oh, Oak Tree, that's interesting. And so later on it was found out that Oak Tree, Musk is coming. So March 4th, Entheos says Oak Tree, Elon Musk confirmations are coming. The next day it's reported that Trump met with Elon in Florida. Oak Tree confirmations coming, and then Elon Musk reportedly met with Donald Trump. So and believe me, these are not any of the good ones, dude. But there's so many ahead of time that, I looked at these guys like, just almost like a Q team. That they're that plugged in. Just put it that way. They are that plugged in. And I don't know. They say that they're a group of. I incorrectly called them a group of lawyers, but they said they're basically. Their mission has always been to expose evil, magnify the good, and do our small part to preserve this great republic, 2008 to present. And remember, these are the guys that posted out Jack Ryan, Steve Pachenik, the real life Jack Ryan on their Rumble channel, because they do have a Rumble channel in which they post out as well a lot of interesting videos. So you've not gotten a chance to take a look at them, some of their posts, go give them some looks over there on Rumble. Oh, dude, how many followers do you think they got on Rumble?
17,000. Oh my God, you really did put it up there. My guess was 17,000.
So
holy crap.
So again, right? Like, I don't know. I just don't know. But they put a lot of these things up. They put this one 3 years ahead of Scotty Marr passing away, and it's not a Q proof or a proof or anything like that. I think he took a break for a little bit or something like that. So Scotty Marr, I think during this time took a little bit of a break. I think he had some health issues or something like that. So it was basically like saying it's a good journey, whatever. But right here, dude, this one right here is huge. And I'm not going to play it for everybody right now, but I will play. I'll show you the content of inside, and you'll be like, yeah, oh yeah, I know this one.
Occurred on the
Remember this one?
And
where he came out and basically told everybody that, oh, we had a coup happen in 2016, and the Hillary Clinton crew did a coup, and it was all done online, all done on the internet, and then we, the White Hats, had our counter coup, which was also done on the internet. And it was the first time in the history of the world that a coup and a counter coup were performed on the internet. You ever seen this video, dude?
Yep.
Good stuff, huh? I mean, and so these guys who they say is the guy that they actually made the Jack Ryan movies about. Steve Pieczenik is the real dude that they actually. So he's the Harrison Ford or the guy from The Office now, whatever. John Krasinski. Right. So yeah, definitely. Get a chance, guys. I hate how they always do this stuff. They always put in the extra crap because of the thing. So. Go take a look at some of their videos later on, guys. I guarantee you will find their content to be very, very interesting. So it's on YouTube and Rumble now, heading over to the Pilled, where you have it into the chat now. Let's see, what else we got on the lineup here? Got that one in. California, dude. You got something? What's up?
No, I'm on my other computer. I got the link in both my chats as well for Entheos.
It's official. Unvaccinated Chief Warrant Officer Kenny Kelly, a master aviator, has been officially reinstated to the U.S. military with full back pay, entitlement, station preference, and benefits after being removed due to refusing the COVID jab under Biden. Let's effing go. I voted for that. Yes, sir.
Kenny
sure
Kelly,
did.
huh? KK 11.
Is it?
Okay.
11.
Well, K's your 11th letter, so 11, yeah. Kenny Kelly, Keke, 11-5 with a 5 in front. Interesting. So I see a 5x5 is what I see. Okay, all right, I'm gonna stop.
You see some Keck action going on there?
I do. I see Keck. I literally see Keck. Kek.
Kecky. Let's see. Oh, I'm staying on the Eric Daughtry thing here for a minute. You're gonna love this one, dude. Listen to this. Ding.
Tonight, police are urging homeowners to search around their yards, in bushes for hidden cameras placed there by burglars.
This is becoming a bigger problem daily as thieves go high-tech. Fox 11's Ed Laskos live in San Dimas, where one of those concealed surveillance devices was found hidden.
Dude, is it me or are they both shit-faced? Certainly the first woman, but listen to her.
She can't talk.
She's like, listen to this.
Tonight, police are urging homeowners to search around their yards, in bushes,
Those are yours?
cameras placed there by burglars.
This is becoming a bigger problem daily as thieves go high-tech. Fox 11's Ed Laskos live in San Dimas, where one of those concealed surveillance devices was found hidden in the bushes. Ed.
Yeah, Laura, high-tech big time as the neighborhood here is reeling after they find not one, but two of these cameras hidden deep in the bushes after a home break-in here just a couple of days ago. Let's get to it. To the video we go. The LA County Sheriff's Department out with these pictures of these cameras spotted and found by a gardener. Then the deputies move in, but not before that home is hit. One of the cameras across the street aimed at that target, the home they're going to hit. Another camera down the block showing their escape route, their getaway route, watching that. And luckily, though, in this case, case, the homeowners are inside. They're able to scare away the burglars. They run away so fast in broad daylight, they drop one of their hand radios, their walkie-talkies, using that to communicate with the driver of the getaway vehicle. And we know they used a jammer to shut down the Wi-Fi, so there's no security video from all the security cameras. But it's the other cameras, the hidden cameras, 2 of them, that blended in the bushes. No one knew they were there.
Dude, you want to talk about scary? This is like, you ever see that movie Den of Thieves with Gerard Butler and Ice Cube's son, where they were doing these like high-tech like break-ins and stuff, and like they were doing that, like they would jam the Wi-Fi, mess with the alarms and stuff. But these people are getting slick, dude. They're out there and basically setting up surveillance so they can go up and case the place and then go rob it later.
I see that. That's pretty. That's intricate right there. That the people out there are getting pretty good, I'd say.
Ain't idiots,
Holy
that's
crap.
for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, my thought process goes to, well, doing all that's not going to stop my bullet from coming directly at you, but at the same time, it's like that is kind of scary. Of course, I don't have cameras. I don't need cameras. It's whatever. But at the same time, it's like that's messed up because people rely on their cameras they got now. What are they? The Ring cameras and all that stuff. They're mostly my best friend has a couple cameras that run off Wi-Fi purely. So you get the jammers going. Yeah, that's some wild stuff. That's all I can say. Holy shit.
Yeah. I've been saying a lot of the movies lately have been pretty sucky, but the Den of Thieves one was pretty good, and then even the sequel was actually pretty good. So basically, it's I don't know if we got any images here. So yeah, this movie, Gerard Butler and his guys are LASD, Los Angeles like Special Division, and they go after, and they're like badasses, like where they basically are ex-military or whatever, but they don't play the rules. Like they actually like kidnap some of the bad guys and do this, that, and the other. And then you have this guy on the left, 50 Cent, and this guy here. These are all bad guys, and then he's the sheriff actually going after these guys. And there's a very cool surprise ending. And then they have a sequel where later on, Ice Cube's son here moves to like England and then France, and then he finds out that he's still doing things, and then he wants to join him and actually joins him in the sequel. So pretty interesting. But
I might have to see those. I haven't seen that.
They were actually worth it. I don't think they're actually worth watching. But again, I bring that up to bring this up, which is, again, kind of goes back to my point earlier I was talking about folks getting off your keisters and, walking around, at least walk around your yard and check out the perimeter and make sure you don't have things like this, because, they essentially were setting themselves up. They had a write-up of it right here with all the walkie-talkies and stuff. Where was it? Right here. Situational awareness. Be on the lookout for hidden cameras. Says deputies found 800 block of Via Gregorio in San Diego. Approximately discovered a concealed surveillance device hidden inside bushes across the victim's residences. So it says some key steps that you can take to protect your home. Inspect your property regularly. Stay alert for suspicious activities. Keep trees, bushes trimmed to reduce hiding spots for cameras or suspects. Use and regularly monitor home security cameras. Keep outdoor areas well lit at night. Something suspicious camera or device. If you find a suspicious camera or device, contact law enforcement immediately. So yeah, you would definitely be knowing that your house is about to get hit or is about to be hit if you see something like that. So definitely keep your eyes out there, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Matrix, we're going in on 3.5 hours now, sir. Let me see.
I've been awake for 3.5 hours. Oh man,
3.5 hours, and Matrix been awake for 3.5 hours and 3 minutes.
Exactly. That's 100% right.
Let me see if there's anything. I think I do have one or two more things that I did want to hit today. Because this, apparently it's official. Where is it? Apparently it's official. I keep hearing for days and days that it's going to happen. And again, has announced that he's standing down as prime minister. To finally happen, it's over. He'll not be missed. Told friends that he intends to stand down and set out an orderly timetable for his departure. Oh, no announcement has been made. The post misrepresents a daily. Let's see. Oh, dude, see? This is what I'm saying, dude. I cannot. Oh, hold on. Fact checking. Go ahead.
They're narrative seeding. It's coming. We know it. It's one of those things. That's all I can say is it's coming. It's coming. And where does it take you with the link is Wikipedia, which is the Chinese-run crap site that you can literally sign into and change things yourself. So,
all right, this is 18 minutes ago right here. So fresh. This person is saying the Starmer administration is forced to resign. It has fallen shamelessly. The UK Prime Minister Starmer flees the scene in panic. UK patriots roar in fury at him. Every single British person absolutely hates you.
Yep.
What's the Q post that kind of mimics what we're looking at here?
You won't be able to walk down the street. They will not be able to walk down the street. It will not be safe for them to walk down the street. At some point, it won't be safe for them to walk down the street. And those are off memory. But yeah, there's like 6-8 drops or something like that with won't be able to walk down the street.
Yeah, dude, he does look a little concerned, as he should.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you get into a mob, you know what I mean? Mob rules. One person swings, then, dude, it's, all the chips are in at that point. Once somebody makes a swing, it's like all chaos can break loose right then and there. One person swings, then the next person, boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, everybody in here is just friggin' a hurricane.
Yep. Oh, here you go. They will not be able to walk down the street. At some point, it will not be safe for them to walk down the street. And the last one is there will come a time none of them will be able to walk down the street.
Exactly.
There you go.
Window. Ooh, I actually saw that come over. Oh, okay, that is Rumble. Beer Raider, thank you for the $10 Rumble rant. Says, ding, 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 thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace. Appreciate it. We'll have you say it at the end there, but I appreciate that, sir. Tree Hugger is asking, what happened? Do you thank you? We then Charles being B? What? Tree Hugger, are we drinking this afternoon? What? I'm going to read this exactly as it is. What happened? Oh, thank you. We, then, Charles being Heee. Okay. Tree Hugger comes in, other than Charles being here, okay? I'm like, are you somebody sipping on a little something this morning? It's all good, it's just a little early for that, brother. It says, other than Charles being here. So what happened other than Charles being here? I mean, I think that was big too, right? Like basically get your ass off of our property, get your filthy British hands off of our property. And dude, it's just Po 5, changing of the guard. Did they tell the bees that they no longer have a British master over here and you're essentially done? I think that very well could be a possibility. And Wheezy's asking, and therefore I will ask as well, on Rumble, 52 more people can get us to a 500 thumbs up and get us on the leaderboard. So please to reread Beer Raiders Rumble rant, ding, 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 thumbs up, please. Thumbs up, like, and subscribe, peace. Help us get on that leaderboard again. If I can get 2 shows on the leaderboard today, that'd be good. So that'd be lovely. But yeah, what was I looking for here? I think I was looking for one more thing.
I don't know.
I don't even know. Patent. Patent. Okay, patent. We're patenting something. Ever see this? What the hell is this? Nanoparticle composition methods to activate cell activity. Exposing biotech tyranny and fighting to keep our DNA sovereign, free from remote control agenda. Dude, what do you think about those latest or the latest posts that we saw on the drops? I think Stormy says he believes that they're legit. But some of the ones for 22, I don't know.
No, see, I look at it. Okay, so I personally think they are real. That's how I said. But here's what I do is when the people start having this conversation, I can go both ways. 4953, December 8th, 2020 is going to be the drop that I think if you click the link, it's just a link. It's the song that says, we're not going to take it anymore. So that is, to me, a stopping point, basically. 4953 is your stopping point. And then from 4954 through 4966, if you want to have the conversation, if they're fake or not, you can go for it and have fun with it. I think they are real, based on just the simple fact that those drops specifically have come into play in the comms I have personally gotten since that time period. So I look at it kind of like that the white hats are either using those extra, 15 or 16 drops or 13 drops or whatever it is as part of the plan, or they are legit. Yeah, there it is, 4953. I was right. December 8th, 2025 at 550. Yep. It's the we're not going to take it anymore song. I used to use it as my intro. That's why. And of course, what did they come back with? Shall we play a game once more? 2.5 years later, roughly.
Yeah, when I saw that post, I don't know why, but it just didn't read as legit for me, because we never talked about like playing a game, right? We did say like learn to play the game. This is not a game, but learn to play the game, right?
No. We said those direct words.
Learn to play the game.
I'm doing it right now. Yeah. Shall we play a game once more is in the newest one, but before that, 3110, March 17, 2019 says, shall we play a game, with a misspelling in it? Shall we play games in 3455 in 2019? Shall we play games? It's all over the place.
Is it? Shall we play a
Yeah,
game?
it's all over the place. It's here. It's in a total of 23 drops, and it's only in the new ones we're referring to once.
Shall we play a game?
Shall we play a game?
Huh. Why do I not
It's
remember
actually
these?
in there 23 times. Yep.
Why do I not remember these? Shall we play a game? And that's
There's
why
your
when I
first
was looking
one.
at those, I was looking at them like, didn't make sense. But for some reason, I did not remember those. Dude, this is so. I mean, there's only 4,000. Almost 5,000 of them. How did I remember?
Right.
Those?
And that's why I said what I said. It's like, I can go the route. If you want to say they're fake, you can go for it. I can stop at 4953 if you want, but based on what I see, I think it's right. And 4954 just says something that's in the drops 23 other times, or 22 other times. 20. That's the 23rd time they actually said it was that drop you just showed, 4954.
Interesting. Very,
Yeah.
very
Yeah. But again, if it was a black hat doing it, it would make sense for them to say that too. So you can go either route with it, but I think they're real. The number 4966 and 4967, if you count the 0 drop, I actually hit that last night, how it makes sense. And that number connects directly to my theory that Trump is a Templar and that the Templars are the white hats. I came up with that. I put that theory out. I put that theory out for the first time last night. That's what I truly think's going on. And my little last hour of my show last night that I ran out of time even doing proved it, I think. So
when's the next installment of that series?
I'd like it to be today, but I also woke up at 12:03 when we were supposed to start the show at 12 o'clock. So I'm a little off today. So we'll see how it runs.
All right. Well, we can wrap stuff up too, because always there's more stuff to be done. Always stuff to be done around here, for sure. But yeah, dude, it's always a blast here on these Sundays, with the folks, with you, of course, and the folks here hanging out with us. Always enjoy a blast. And too bad we couldn't find a good psalm or something that they were playing for today's thing there. The rededication. Did any of you guys find it any good, or hear any good psalms or anything good that they were playing? Because that's what I was looking for before the show, like a good opener, a nice little gospel prayer or something like that. But I couldn't find anything. Maybe because
and to see if my alarms weren't silenced, I'd have been awake at probably 7 a.m. and would have been ready for the show. So I did. Oh man, yeah. So I don't know. Let me ask you this though: when's the thing going on? When is all that? It's all day today. All day.
Apparently, it's until 6 p.m. Check this out, dude. Look at this nutsness. Turn this off.
Hey, will that motorcycle jump up to the street light and get stuck? Probably not.
It sure probably could. Watch this.
Oh.
Whoa. Dude, like
what? Holy sh!
Right?
So they created a bike that has a rider on it that can do all the BMX tricks that anybody else can do, but better. That's what they just did.
Dude, he just did a front flip, dude. I don't know if it's AI or not.
That's AI. I was just going to say that has to be AI because the flip was too fast. Yep, flip's too fast. Nope, it's AI.
Never
nope,
know,
it's
dude.
AI. The flip is too fast.
I mean, look, dude, look at the tire even bend, though, like when it hit the ground.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Let's see. That does not look real. Looks like Skynet is in control. Next to Islam, AI is the most dangerous thing on the planet. True that. Yeah, and again, that's why we have to kind of be careful with some of this stuff. And I don't know that it's, you know, I don't see everybody that's like, yes, this is AI 100%. Made a transformer. Oh, it's badass. Grok, is this AI or legit? It's like, wait, why aren't you answering, Grok? Huh.
Yeah, no answer, huh?
You know what I noticed too? I didn't play any sound to it. What I do notice is that most of the AI, especially when they're done like Sora and some of these other ones, they always have this weird like I don't know. It's almost like white noise or something in the background as far as noise that they do. So I don't know if this has music or what. Let's see.
3, 2, 1.
I just don't know what would make the inertia to flip that thing over like that. Maybe it is the pistons. I don't know.
Yeah, it's piston driven. It's hydraulic run. It's an electric bike. You can hear it.
Yeah,
you hear the electric.
Dude, we've seen the other. I mean, I showed the other robot that can go up and then jump up on a. He jumps up and grabs like a 2x4 or a 2x8 and then helps. Let's see, robot construction. Let's see if that one does it. No, it was like inside. No, let me see. Robot construction helper. It was like one of the. It was like a biped. It was like a actual machine. Yeah, here it is, right here. So, dude, this is Boston Dynamics that did this, and let me see. Maybe I can pop this up here. Boston Dynamics. Robot. Let's see.
My only issue with the other video, well, see, like that right there.
Is that fake or real? Because that's real, dude. It's real, unfortunately.
But you see, when it flips, it's not overly sped up like the bike was. This here looks fluid. The bike did when it spun. The bike went up in the air and spun so fast. It was like they had to speed it up. So it just didn't look right. I get robots can do certain things 100%. It's a matter of, is the video real or not is the question.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and then you got these ones here that this is at Mar-a-Lago, dude. So like, you know, much better than a human. They don't, you know, they won't look at their cell phone. They won't look at their iPad. They
Wait a
can
minute.
always detect.
If they got this in Mar-a-Lago, then why'd that dude get into the bushes and only get 5 feet away from a Secret Service agent that couldn't shoot him? If they have these in Mar-a-Lago, exactly. Or, well, actually, no. What that should do is help the story out. People that don't see it. If you have these, why did that dude get near the property the way he did? And you had to use a real person. These things should be able to patrol the entire area to where if they know right when you get close to, the sensors will be built into it. If somebody gets close like that to the fence, they're going to know it right away. You don't need a person to be looking. The sensors would know it.
Let me see. I'm looking it up as we speak right now. When did Trump get robot dogs at Mar-a-Lago? Robot dogs started showing up publicly around November of 24. When was Ryan Routh Was it ROUTH arrested?
Yes, ROUTH, correct.
Arrested in Florida. Dude, time is flying so fast now that I couldn't even give you a ballpark of when that was. Halfway through 24, maybe 25. I
don't remember. I honestly don't.
Ryan Routh was arrested on September 15th, 2024, and so September, October, November.
Afterwards.
Yeah, so 2 months later, then they started getting these dogs in there.
Okay. Well, so they used the Ryan Ruth story, which is crazy ass bull, to get these robots in there. In a sense, is what could be done. Okay, I like that.
I mean, it's just bananas, that whole thing. Come on, where is this thing? He literally... Is this real? How many robots sorted 2,109 packages? How many will there be at the moment you're watching this? 3 months ago, Figure's best demo was a 4-minute dishwasher task. Today, they're steaming a full 8-hour autonomous shift at human performance level. Same robot, same factory floor. Probably got to keep it powered in, right? Got to keep some sort of a battery pack. Maybe it's standing on the whole time.
Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, think about this too, with the way they are with technology. Those robots could also have a battery pack that's powered by a wireless power. Therefore, they don't need to be powered in or plugged in. You just power them right from the room.
This is a 24-hour stream or a 9-hour stream. Look at this. 24 hours, I think.
Hey, Frank.
Frank. I was just going to say it's Frank. Why is he touching it twice? A robot should only touch one thing once.
It's more. It's like a human. So what it's doing now is sorting packages. So it has to see something with the package. I don't know what yet, but it's got to check the whole package. That's why it's looking at it twice. It's actually doing the human's job. I don't know what it's doing, whether it's label or mess ups or tears, but it's looking for stuff. It's acting like a freaking human. That's creepy.
That's bullshit. There's a guy under that. He's wearing an outfit.
Something. He's trying to read the labels is what it is. He can't see because the mask is blocking his eyes.
Let me see. And this is for you too, Matrix, and anybody in the chat. Are you? And this is to Matrix and the chat. Are you guys as sick of AI data centers and power and water and all these extra needs that we are going to have due to these AIs and data centers? Like, are you sick of that shit as much as I am by now? Because I've had my fill of this AI and data center bullshit talk way too much already.
Yeah, the very specific thing that bugs me is the size of them and the amount of water they need. That's something that's insane. It's just bigger than this, like size of New York City, basically. It's some ridiculous size building that's going to need nonstop flowing water on top of it. And the amount of electricity they need is, whoa, that's right. You guys can build your own nuclear power plants. That's crazy, bro.
Right.
That's crazy. And I'm sick of AI, period, just overall. So
that's literally, let's see. They're also, let's see. Here it is. Okay, so Poe5 says, I'm sure they're not on our side. I agree. B More says, no thanks to the robots. Let's see. The label, Rochelle P said they're looking for the label. And Big Gouda Hilarious says they're on the field. He's on the field. Frank's on the feel good system with that waistline. Poe5, I don't do any of this AI crap. Be More, I'm sick of it all. Debbie Roush says, looking for the URL square. D Starboy, I think it's something else entirely. Power requirements are less of a concern than the water. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, well, the thing, She Barista, who left that comment, with both, right? They're needing all this extra power, which is making it more expensive for the people that live around the area, and then they're taking up the water as well. Dude, my thing is, like, why can't they reuse the water? They don't need, like, I mean, maybe they do, I don't know, but I wouldn't think you need, like, purified water. You just need something that's cooler to cool it off, right? Like, so why couldn't you use that water and then cool that water off and then reuse the same water over and over and over again? I'm sure there's an answer, but I don't know.
I don't have the answer to that either, but I would say that you would think they would want to be using distilled water rather than any other water that has chemicals and fluoride in it, because that might not help. But outside of that, I don't know. yeah, that's really weird. And again, the power they're taking is crazy. The amount of power they need to run these things, but they can make their own nuclear power plants. So, I mean,
Yeah,
that helps. Yeah, it helps. So,
what is it? Trump's TBT, whatever that company is. Yeah, FAI, Hornold VR Soul USA. It says FAI. Yeah, I believe that as well. Rumbled Piper says, we have intel here, and my water has been $200 a month for the past 10 years. That's crazy.
What?
My water's like $200 every like 6 months, probably.
yeah, not even that. I mean, my last water bill was higher than normal, and it was $50. So
right.
that's crazy. And we also have people saying that the reason they're doing this is exactly what I was thinking too. The scanners inside the robots are like in their eyes or in their heads. So that's exactly why they're acting like a human too. Looking for, like, I thought the labels. And then, so he's flipping the package, sees the label, scans the label, make sure it's good, push it forward. So but it's creepy because it's acting just like a human when he does it. So here, I'll put it back up on the screen. There you guys go. Can re-see it. It looks like a legitimate human with a mask on doing this, but it makes sense because, again, they're looking for the label and or things wrong with the package that the sensors would pick up. So, I mean, it just totally makes sense, although it's creepy.
don't need to pay health insurance or any extras with it. You know what I mean? You just got to pay the fee of look at the robot in the background just walking back, like no big deal. Let's see. G Fonts dropped the dollar holler, says my Tampa Bay Rays finally won an interleague series versus Miami today, 6-3, and then now 2-1 after losing 2 of 3 in 5 prior versus National League Central Division. Now 7 wins, 11 losses at 30-15. TTL trail only Atlanta by a half game for best in the MLB. I used to do a lot of traveling down in Tampa. My work satellite branch was in Tampa, Florida, off of Hillsborough, and we used to stay in Clearwater off of 60, off the Causeway. So my owner of my company had a beautiful condo there on the ground floor, and you open this back slider door, and it was 20 steps to the jacuzzi and pool to the left, and 20 steps to the right was Tampa Bay right there. It was like a little dock and stuff. So enjoyed my time down in Florida very much so.
That's awesome.
But I did love the ability to be able to leave because it was so friggin' hot, dude. In the summer, it's so humid. It's just unbearable. Like 80 degrees at 6 a.m, opening the friggin' sliding door. It's like getting hit with a hot towel. and
I know how that is because I live in St. Louis and we are very humid here.
St. Louis. Let's see. Yeah, and apparently that was today. I see a couple folks saying because I was looking for airplane stuff, so there was a jet crash today. Let me see. I'll pull it up for you guys so you get that. 2 Navy FA-18 fighter jets collided midair while performing at an air show in Idaho. All pilots ejected and were seen descending safely under parachutes. So thankfully nobody got hurt, but dude, when they start getting so damn close, like, of course, like, even if you go behind one of these things, the jet stream can mess up, can make things turbulent for them. So anytime they get close at all, it's very, very dangerous. Whoa. Whoa, yeah. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, how much is that money? Wow. How many millions just went up in smoke? And to my previous question here, I got an answer. ChatGPT says, yes, many data centers can reuse water for cooling, and some already do, but there are trade-offs. Traditional large data centers often use evaporative cooling towers, which consume a lot of fresh water because some evaporates into the air and becomes too mineral heavy. What's that? Closed loop system, reclaimed or recycled wastewater.
Go back to the beginning of the video real quick. I was watching the video and not paying attention. Nobody saw it on my side.
Okay. and I don't know what hit there in the beginning and what came loose, but if you notice something like right here, something goes here, then something's down there. One there, one there.
What the frick? Were they performing a trick? Is that what they were doing?
I don't know, but what I think is weird too, it's like you see him come close, and then he obviously either hit him. He had to have hit him.
Yeah, it looked like he hit his, I don't know what they're called, the tail fins, the double tail fin. He looked like he touched it, and that's the first thing we saw pop off. But my question is, why is he doing that? Were they like the Blue Angels trying to do one of those air shows things?
Yeah. It was an air show apparently, but way too close though. I mean, look at this though. After they merge, it's almost like they got stuck together there. They kind of rolled.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, that's crazy. How does that happen? It's like they were locked into each other. How does that happen in mid-air? And I mean, I don't know how fast they were going, but they couldn't have been going slow.
I'm just wondering too, like, are these explosions is that an ejector seat right there? Explosion? Yeah, I think it was.
Yes, yep, sure is.
So each one of those explosions, I was like, wait, are they sending missiles off? So there's 1, 2 already, 3, 4 right there. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4. So each of those explosions is one guy. 1, 2 right there, 3, 4, boom.
That goes to what drop is it? I think I know it by heart. 1031, where they talk about the 4 military aircrafts incident thing. That's interesting. Is it 1031? I think it's 1031. I didn't look it up on my side. Is it? Am I right?
You're under.
No, it's not 1030. Okay, no. Here, I'll give you a second. Give me a second. Maybe it's 10. I know how to find it real easy too.
The jets?
It is 1031. Did you type it in wrong?
Let me see. 1031.
Oh, you need to switch your scroll up.
Oh, that thing again.
What is it? Yep. That's why you don't see it. Go scroll down, and you need to hit it on number 3. There it is. Number 2. Make it number 3. Now refresh the page, and now look at drop 1031. I know I was right on that. There it is. Deadly Thunderbirds crash marks 4th military aircraft incident this week, and we saw the aircrafts hit each other, and 4 people get ejected with 4 parachutes.
Wow, that's crazy. Coincidence or silent war? Prey, night 2. And yeah, clearly they were taking out. Remember, we were told by, I think it was even Field McConnell about the, oh God, what is it called? The QRS-11 chip that's in these airplanes and cars that they can basically take over control of. Not good. Not good. Not the good.
That's why I prefer having an older vehicle.
Right. Need something mechanical for them to not be able to take over, unfortunately. But yeah, it's nasty, dude. It's some nasty stuff that they were doing. They were definitely doing some nasty stuff for years. Wow. Utah Money Mover says they had a Blue Angel have 27 fatal crashes. Dude, that's bad. I mean, I don't know how many, but you hear about them all the time. But every time there is one, you hear about them, of course. So when people say like planes versus like cars, it's much safer to be in a plane apparently, because every time a plane crashes, you hear about it, but you don't hear about it every time a car gets into an accident. So, all right, Mr. Matrix, we got 4 hours in the can exactly, actually in about 10 minutes. So it's 5 p.m. Eastern time here, and I was thinking of doing some thank yous and then wrap it up.
Absolutely.
And then maybe you can get another show in tonight.
Maybe. We'll see.
Just maybe. So yeah, let me thank a few folks over here on the pilled side of things, and then you can do the same as well, of course. Oh, he is no longer on, and we got to get your avatar there, buddy. And just so you guys know, I'm not making this stuff up here. You probably think I do because I find it so funny. Will it come up here? Let me see. Will it come up if I do it like this? There we go. Oh, it went away. Where did it go away? Here. All right. So on my side, all right. That's why I'm not down low enough. Okay. I'm gonna pop it back just so you guys can see. I'll pop the name up in a second. But oh no, what did I just do? Mike, what did you just do? Hold on, give me a second. What did I just click on? This one. Okay, you can go away. Okay. All right, you guys didn't see anything on your screen because it didn't mess with it, but it's something inside my program. It's just a little screwy for a second. But Punk Q Rocker 4Q dropped in 317 gold pills. No message on there, but thank you, sir. And then Moon Baby 0437 Drop the Cookie says, what up, fam-a-lam? Fam-a-lam-a-ding-dong. Thank you there, Moon Baby. No thanks, Joe. Always the very nice messages. Drop the Cookie says, hey, my friend, Space Shot, happy Sunday. Hope the move is moving along smoothly as something like that can. I hope you were able to get Jerry Seinfeld, George, and Keith Hernandez to help you. Hope your youngin' is great. Thanks for the work. Thanks for your work. God bless and be safe. Was that the same episode where they thought he was picking his nose that Keith Hernandez did? No, there was no pick. There was no pick. Maybe a different one.
That's a different one. That's the hot blonde he was dating or tried to date for half a second. She caught him in the car picking his nose. That's not the magic loogie. It's not the magic loogie.
Oh, that's right, the loogie. There was no pick. It was a scratch.
No pick.
Sean Joe in there with the can. Thank you, brother. Space Squad member. Drop the can. No message on there, but thank you. Followed by another cookie from Sean Joe, and then another cookie from Sean Joe, and then Lizzie B drops in the old cookie. Appreciate you, Lizzie B. And then here's the name. Made his way over from D Live. Saint Cosmic Dildo gifted the can. No message on there, but thank you. And just for the crowd who may not be aware, his avatar was a deer that was made out of a pickle. So Saint Cosmic Dildo. I like that name. Love that name. It's Sean Joe with the cookie. So thank you there, Cosmic. And then Sean Joe with the cookie. No message on there, but thank you. And then One Thunder with the can. Thank you for that, Noah. One Thunder, no message on there. And then Wonder World dropped the cookie. Says, yesterday I went by a Google data center in Mesa, Arizona that was at least a half-mile square. Ay. Yeah, they are huge. And again, I'm just so pissed off at all these things. It's like, oh, we need all these data centers. Like, Matrix, what did we do with our lives before all these data centers were here? It's like, I think we could live without them. So that's my finality of the thank yous on Pilled. I do appreciate those, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Matrix, you can do the same as well for your side, my man. But yeah, it's crazy.
All right. By the way, I did double check my Rumble. They all disappeared completely. Thank God I took my screenshot. Exactly what I said would happen happened. So, yep, no joke. So I'll start over here on the Pilled, though. I'll do that real quick. See, Dognuts 10 came in first with a cookie. Thank you much, good sir. Ms. Information with 202 gold pills says, good morning, Matrix and friends. Thank you very much, Ms. Information. Punk Q Rocker for Q. Thank you for that 315 gold pills. Max Force came in with 420 gold pills. Y'all know what that means. And then Sean Joe, thank you for coming in here and popping in a can and a cookie back-to-back, good sir. La Martinez, thank you for that cookie and asked me to drop the link for the D-Class story of Adam and Eve, which I already did for you, good sir. Thank you very much for that cookie. It says, please, please, and thank you. No thanks, Joe, popping in with a cookie and says, hey, my man, I sent too late, but last night from Tucker Guest. Wait, what? From Tucker Guest, I loved. The only commies complaining about an overabundance of conspiracy theories are the conspiracy theorists themselves pushing out conspiracy theories. What? Hang on, I'm going to read that again. The only commies complaining about an overabundance of conspiracy theories are the conspiracy theorists themselves pushing out conspiracy theories. Amen to that, my brother. And another decode cosmos. God bless. Thank you. No thanks, Joe. You always have the best comments out there. And La Martinez, thank you for another cookie and says, Ethos shines means God within shines. Look it up. Q-Team 2.0 question mark. Not only Q-Team 2.0 possibility, but I would also say it could go back to one of my theories is that Cicada 3301, when Cicada was going on, I think that was a recruitment for operators for the Q movement. So I think Entheos is most likely, in my opinion, operators that were probably chosen or good enough to be for Cicada 3301. That's the only way I can see them being as good as they are. That or they're direct white hats. So, but either way, thank you, La Martinez. And then Sean Joe, thank you for one more cookie, good sir. And then to knock these rumbles out, Conspiracy Therapist 17, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mustard Tiger, since I lost everything, I think it was a $10 Bitcoin Rumble wallet. I don't know. It doesn't say exactly on this one, but thank you for that. Wendy Lee became a monthly subscription or gifted a monthly subscription. And then Same guy for you, Lee337Cube, also gifted a subscription over on the Rumble side. Thank you guys very much for that. And don't forget, smack that red pill, smack that thumbs up, depending on which side you guys are on. Get us on that leaderboard. And you guys have been doing it every single week now since me and Spaceshot got together on this Sunday shows. And we thank you very much. And let's keep on doing it. Smack those positive affirmation buttons.
Gotcha. Utah Money Mover was putting it in the chat. And so you're saying that the data centers were in the drops, and then Henderson, Nevada being one of them, and that was the zip code for it, or zip code, underground massive data centers there. So yes, they were data centers in the drops. Now, Matrix, one more quick before we go. Go to your Rumble studio, okay? Because the same thing happens for me. So if I refresh the screen, I lose all of my chat. But I don't know if you noticed on the top middle of the chat, one says all and the other says activity. Click the activity tab. Those should not move.
It's gone.
Really?
Yep, it's gone. Here, I don't care. I'll just show it to you. Here, let me share my screen to you.
Yeah, no, I'm showing you over here too. I mean, see right here. Yeah. These are all the ones that were here. And then Hornold USA says they model robots after humans. Problem is, robots have no common sense, no feelings, no heart, no soul. Robots can kill and destroy with zero feeling. So if I was to go and refresh this, all that chat goes away. Activity stays for me, but for you it goes away, right? That's weird, dude.
Totally goes away. Totally, it disappears. Dead serious. And that's the thing. That's why I took a screenshot, because that's here. Let me pop up my screen over. I'll show you. Literally, we'll show you.
Absolutely. Go. Or is it? There we goes. Boom.
Watch this.
Centers can't share.
Here's the all activity gone.
What the frig?
And that happens every time. If I do it the way I do it, that happens every single time. So this is why I did this and took a screenshot, because that's the only way I could get to it. If I didn't do this, I would have no way to thank anybody, because they all disappear. Because here's the thing, so people understand why this happens is there's live chat here. This right here, that's how you refresh your stuff. But see, I am not doing that. I'm doing it for our chat. When I refresh over here like you just did, my activity button is gone. It just disappears. So that's the reason why whenever we're doing shows, if I sit there and say, let me do this before it disappears, there's a reason why, because they legitimately disappear, and I don't know why that happens. So, and I never want to miss anybody. I want to make sure I thank somebody that's going to help support, but it's like, if they disappear, there's not much I can do. So
no, I got you. I'm trying to see too. All right. And the other button is only pop out chat. I'm just wondering if there's anything in the settings that can be sick, but I never switched anything in the settings. So yeah, it's weird. So maybe it's just a mess up on your side. Well, anyway, we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us on Sunday. Thank you to the mods out there. You guys rock, helping myself and many other folks out there. Very selfless help. So we do appreciate your help there. Matrix, so you're not sure if you're going live later or not?
I'm not sure what I'm doing yet. I legitimately woke up and got to the computer and started the show. My brain hasn't even gotten a chance to relax yet. So gotcha. All I can say is keep your eyes open. If I'm going to do a show tonight, it's going to be the Knights Templar, Chapter 5.1. It will be legitimately just the decode portion from last night, to where I'll have a full 8-hour open session available to me to actually go through what I was trying to go through in less than an hour last night. So if anybody wants to see the decode portion side from last night, you're welcome to go watch the last hour of last night's show. And or if I go live tonight, I'll make it probably a 2 to 3 hour session of just covering what I was trying to do very fast last night. It'll all make sense way better, and it will link what I believe the Templars to be the White Hats, and I mean the White Hats, based on the things I found. With that, just keep your eyes open. I hope to do that tonight, but we shall see. That's not a promise or a guarantee, but if you want to see it regardless, last night's show in the last hour, that's where you will find it.
Heck yeah, definitely send it over if you do go live. I'd be interested to see that, because something more is going on, and I don't think he's just getting militarily help. I think he's getting more help. Who's helping POTUS? Think bigger, biggest. So you never know. But yeah, great show, brother. Thank you to the mods again, as usual, and for you guys and gals out there, we do appreciate each and every one of you wonderful world patriots for tuning in out there. And until that next one, and for me, it will be tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. for Hold the Line, I think episode 208. But we do appreciate each and every one of you wonderful World Patriots for tuning in out there. And until that next one, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
Peace.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back, but brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jacket's Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is brackets and jackets for the denizens